Hi, everyone. Uh, Welcome to the Eastern session, E9, Electric Vehicles and Charging Systems. I am Dr. Sheikh Mohammad Mashrur from the Bangladesh University of Engineering and Technology, and it is my pleasure to chair this session. We have in total 5 papers today covering different levels of the electric mobility system, from vehicle level energy consumptions and charging behavior to EV adoption, vehicle to grid participation, and the reliability of electric bus charging under power system uncertainty. I request each presenter to keep the presentation within approximately 15 to 16 minutes and followed by about 4 to 5 minutes for questions and discussions. I'll give a brief indication when the presentation time is approaching the limit. Now, without any further delay, let us begin with our first presentation. Our first paper looks at electric mobility from the vehicle and operational performance perspective, focusing specifically on electric motorcycles in urban environments. I'd like to request Arif Devi Dipana to present his papers.
Does he need to unmute himself?
Good morning, distinguished chair, respected reviewers, and fellow researchers. Thank you for the opportunity to present our research entitled Simulation-Based Evaluation of Energy Consumption and Operational Performance of Electric Motorcycle in Urban Transportation System. My name is Arif Devi Dupana. I am from Automotive Technology Study Program, Balilian Transport Polytechnic. Background of this research: electric motorcycles are becoming one of the fastest growing forms of urban transportation, particularly across Southeast Asia, where motorcycles account for a large proportion of daily travel. Their widespread adoption offers significant opportunities to reduce greenhouse gas emissions and improve urban energy efficiency. However, accurately predicting their real-world energy consumption remains challenging because most previous studies rely on standardized laboratory driving cycles, which do not represent actual urban traffic characterized by frequent acceleration, deceleration, idling, and stop-and-go condition. Our literature review identifies 3 important research gaps. The first, most energy consumption studies focus on passenger electric vehicles rather than motorcycles. Second, existing studies generally employ standardized driving cycles that cannot adequately represent the complex traffic dynamics found in dense urban environment. Third, vehicle-level simulation results are rarely translated into transportation planning indicators such as effective driving range and fleet electricity demand. This limitation motivates the development of the simulation framework proposed on this study. Therefore, the objective of this study are first, to develop a motorcycle-specific simulation frameworks based on longitudinal vehicle dynamics and a battery equivalent circuit model. Second, to evaluate energy consumption under three representative urban traffic conditions. Third, to estimate battery state of charge, effective driving range, and fleet electricity demand. Finally, the study aims to provide practical recommendation for charging infrastructure planning and sustainable urban transportation policy. The methodology consists of 6 sequential states. First, representative vehicle parameters were established using manufacturer specification and published literature. Second, representative urban driving cycle were developed for free flow, moderate, congestion, and heavy congestion scenario. Third, motorcycle longitudinal dynamics were used to calculate tractive force and power demand. Four, a first-order battery equivalent circuit model was implemented to estimate battery voltage and state of charge. Fifth, all simulations were carried out in MATLAB Simulink. Finally, model validation and Monte Carlo sensitivity analysis were conducted to evaluate model robustness under parameter uncertainty. Three representative traffic scenarios were investigated. Free flow traffic represent smooth urban travel. Moderate congestion introduce intermittent stopping and acceleration. Heavy congestion simulated frequent stop and go traffic with high idle ratio. These scenarios were developed based on reported traffic characteristics from Southeast Asian cities. The simulation demonstrates a clear increase in energy consumption as traffic congestion intensifies. Under free flow condition, average energy consumption is approximately 28.6 watt-hours per kilometer. The increase to 34.8 watt-hours per kilometer under moderate congestion and 432 watt-hours per kilometer under heavy congestion. Compared with free flow operation, energy consumption increased by approximately 22% under moderate congestion and more than 50% under heavy congestion. Statistical analysis using one-way ANOVA confirm that these differences are highly significant. Battery behavior also charge significantly under congested traffic condition. The battery state of charge decreases almost linearly during free flow driving. However, under heavy congestion, repeated acceleration even produce large instantaneous current demands, resulting in faster battery depletion. This indicates that traffic congestion influences not only total energy consumption, but also operational reliability and perceived driving range. The reduction in battery efficiency directly affects the effective driving range. Under free flow traffic, the simulated motorcycles achieve approximately 96 km. This decreased to 79 km under moderate congestion and only 63 km under heavy congestion. Therefore, standardized laboratory driving cycle may substantially overestimate practical driving range in real urban traffic. From a transportation planning perspective, the individual vehicle results were aggregated into a fleet scenario consisting of 1,000 electric motorcycles operating 60 km per day. The result indicates that congestion increases total daily electricity demand from approximately 1.72 megawatt hours under free flow condition to 2.59 megawatt hours under heavy congestion. This represents an increase of nearly 50%, highlighting the importance of considering realistic traffic dynamics during charging infrastructure planning. The simulation results are consistent with recent experimental studies reported by Kusala, Pirom, and colleagues, Nikolai and coworkers, and other recent publications. The predicted energy consumption remains within the experimentally reported range of approximately 28 to 45 watt-hours per kilometer, supporting the credibility of the proposed simulation framework. More importantly, our study extends previous work by connecting vehicle-level energy modeling with transportation system indicators such as effective driving range and fleet electricity demand, thereby providing information that is directly relevant for urban transportation planning. In conclusion, this study demonstrates that urban traffic conditions are a dominant factor affecting electric motorcycle energy performance. Traffic congestion significantly increases energy consumption, accelerate battery depletion, reduce effective driving range, and increase fleet electricity demand. The proposed simulation framework provides a reproducible methodology that brights vehicle engineering and transportation planning. This finding can support policymakers in design charging infrastructure, improving fleet management strategies, and promoting sustainable urban electrification. Thank you very much for your attention, and my correspondence is arif.devi@polterabali.ac.id. Goodbye.
Thank you very much for the recorded presentation. And may I see if check whether Mr. Arif is with us on Zoom and available to respond to the questions. In the meantime, participants are requested to please post their questions in the Zoom chat. It appears that the presenter is not currently available with us, but participants may still post their questions in the chat, and we will proceed to the next presentation. We now move from energy consumption to the charging decision itself, particularly the interconnected questions of when and where EV users choose to charge. And our second paper is on when and where to charge, joint modeling and discovery of decision mechanisms via multitask learning by Runan Wang and Ziwin Chen. The floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. Hello everyone, my name is Ruinan Wang and I'm a second-year PhD student at East China Normal University and NYU Shanghai. And today I would like to present our study on electric vehicle charging decisions. And in this paper, we aim to answer two questions. When and where do EV users choose to charge their car? And let me introduce the background first. EV adoption has been surging both globally and in China, and EV passenger car market penetration exceeded 30% in April 2026. And to meet this rapidly growing charging demand, China plans to build 28 million charging facilities by the end of 2027. However, expanding charging infrastructure alone is not sufficient, and in practice, charging systems still face several operational challenges. For example, spatial temporal imbalance leads to insufficient supply during peak periods or in high demand areas. And therefore, beyond simply increasing the number of charging facilities, we need to understand how charging demand is formed. This understanding can support targeted interventions such as pricing, temporal guidance to improve system-level efficiency. Existing studies have explored charging demand formation from three perspectives, and the first stream focuses on charging behavior profiling. It uses clustering or descriptive statistics to describe charging patterns across users, time, and space. And these studies show what the patterns are, but provide limited explanation of how these patterns are generated. The second stream uses discrete choice models to capture individual preferences. These models are useful because they can estimate how sensitive users are to different factors. However, they also have limitations. When multiple charging decisions are involved, these decisions are often modeled sequentially. This may overlook the interdependence between different decisions. For the third stream, the third stream applies machine learning or deep learning methods to supervise the prediction tasks, such as charging demand forecasting and station occupancy prediction. These models can improve nonlinear modeling and predictive performance, but they are mostly applied at the station or area level, with limited ability to explain individual level decision mechanisms. To address these gaps, this study jointly models when users charge and which charging station they choose at the individual level. Let me introduce the data sets we use in this study. We mainly use two types of data. The first is electric vehicle usage data provided by the Shanghai Electric Vehicle Public Data Collector Monitoring and Research Center. The sample covers nearly 4,000 battery electric vehicles over about 1 year. The second is charging station data. We collected information on nearly 5,000 charging stations in Shanghai, including charger counts, locations, and prices. Based on this data size, we formulate the research problem as two interdependent decision tasks. And task one is charging strategy prediction. We define the start of each driving activity as the decision window. And for each decision window, we predict what charging strategy they will choose during the current trip or after reaching the stop. The second task is station choice prediction. It answers which charging station users will choose. For each decision event, the selected station is labeled as 1, and all other candidate stations are labeled as 0. And here let me show an example. We define the start of each driving activity as a decision window, and you can see the table here. D refers to a driving activity, and the box, the start time, indicates where the decision begins. And the figure shows the example vehicle trajectory on the map. And for D1, the no charging occurs after the trip, so task 1 is labeled as no charging. We have candidate stations S1 and S2 near the origin and S3 near the destination. All of them are labeled as 1 because no charging occurs during that trip. And for the next two examples, we observe two active charging strategies, including parking-based charging and en route charging. To distinguish these two strategies, we compare the total parking duration time and with the charging duration. If the parking duration exceeds the charging duration by more than 5 minutes, we label the event as parking-based charging. Otherwise, it's labeled as en route charging. For the second decision window, the total dwell time is much longer than the actual charging time, suggesting that charging is not the only purpose of that stop. So this decision is labeled as parking-based charging. For this decision window, the candidate stations are from S3 to S6. For the last choice, for D3, the vehicle arrives as P4. They charge their car and then depart again. So this means P4 is not the real destination, but a temporary charging stop. The actual destination is P5, so we label this case as unreal charging. The candidate site includes stations S4 to S11, and only the selected station is labeled as 1. Okay, next I will define two charging decision tasks and related features. And task 1 is a multi-class classification problem with 3 possible outcomes. For this task, we construct 27 trip context features, including battery capacity, driving distance, and so on. Task 2 defines a candidate-level binary classification problem. And for this task, we construct 11 station-specific features, including distant attributes, charger counts, charging power, electricity prices, and whether the vehicle has visited the station before. So the key assumption is that these two decisions are interdependent. For example, an attractive nearby station with a temporarily low price may induce charging event when charging urgency is low. So this study jointly models charging strategy and station choice rather than treating them as separate tasks. Based on this assumption, we use a multitask learning framework adapted from recommender system models. The key idea is to combine task-specific experts with shared experts so that the model can learn both task-specific patterns and cross-task dependencies. As shown on the left, the model takes 2 types of inputs. These 2 features are linked by the same choice ID, so that each decision has both trip level and station level information. And the first component is the most important component, is expert layer. We use task experts to learn task-specific representations and shared experts to capture common information or cross-task knowledge. For task 1, the model combines task expert 1 with 2 shared experts to construct E1. And E1 is passed into the gate module, which can decide how much information should be used for each prediction. The gate module generates adaptive weights and combines the 3 embedding outputs into one fuse representation. Finally, the task towers transform the fuse representations into task-specific outputs. This design allows the model to separately learn each task while preserving the dependency between charging strategy and station choice. This slide evaluates the performance. The upper figure shows that both training and validation losses decrease and stabilize around approach 56 when early stopping is triggered. And in the table, our module achieves the best overall performance on both tasks. Here, we choose the F1 score as the key metric because it balances between precision and recall, so which is especially important under class imbalance, right? And the emulation results further support the need for joint modeling. And next, we interpret the model from 3 perspectives: feature importance, feature dependence, and gate weight distribution. And this slide focuses on feature importance. The bar shows the importance value, which are measured by integrated gradients, and the light yellow region represents trip context features, while the light purple region represents station-specific attributes. A key observation is that charging strategy and station choice are interdependent decisions. Both tasks draw information from the other tasks' feature space. And next, this slide further examines of feature dependence using partial dependence plots. Unlike feature importance, partial dependence plots show how the predicted probability changes as a feature value varies. This slide takes the charging availability as an example, including station counts and charger counts. The three colored lines represent the predicted probabilities of different charging strategies, while the gray area shows the distribution of the original feature values. You can see the subplot A and subplot D compare how destination side and origin side station counts affect the charging strategy, and most observations are concentrated between 1 and 12 stations, so the range is most informative. With this range, these two figures show different patterns, and the destination side supply shows a more complex non-monotonic pattern. This means its effect may depend on interactions with other factors, and for slow chargers do not necessarily trigger active charging, while destination side faster chargers are more aligned with en route charging, which means the more destination side faster chargers, the more en route charging probability. Okay, the last interpretability analysis focuses on gate weight distribution. The gate weight shows that the two tasks rely on different as per destination combinations. For task 1, the module assigns higher weights to shared aspers that capture charging availability related information. It means that the charging strategy is not only driven by urgency, such as state of charge, SOC, right, or trip contest. In many cases, whether users charge or not also depends on the charging opportunities around them. And task 2 shows a more balanced asper distribution. So we can see that the gate module makes the module more flexible. And that's all for my presentation. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Ruinen, for the very interesting presentation. We'll now move to the Q&A. Participants are invited to post their questions in the Zoom chat. While we wait for the questions from the participants, perhaps I can start with one. So were there any findings from the model that surprised you or challenged your initial expectations about the charging behavior?
Maybe because we use a multitask learning framework. So the most impressive one, sorry. Maybe I can see the conclusion from the feature importance here. We can see both tasks draw information from the other feature space. So it shows that it's important to use a multitask learning framework, and we should model these two different charging behavior tasks at the same time. Is really important.
Thank you, Ruinen. Let's see if we have any questions from the chat. So one other question is that how do you think that the multitask framework improve prediction or behavioral interpretation compared with the separate models? Like,
Yeah. It's a really good question. We also conduct several ablation experiments to test between the multitask frameworks with the model different tasks separately. So you can see this ablation results here, and we just remove the shared aspert, and we also remove the gate module part, and we also conduct several ablation experiments, and it shows that it's really useful to model these different tasks in the same framework.
Thank you, Ruinen. We have one question in the chat from Mahmoud Bezek.
Can you
comment on the, yeah.
Okay, let me think about it. Comment on the time needed for. Yes, Amy just cost about 20 minutes to train the model. So, we train for at most one approach, and with the early stoppings, and the model usually converges much earlier, but it also maybe need more time, around 20 or 30 minutes. Yeah. So training speed is really a critical limitation, I think.
Okay, thank you, everyone, for the presentation and the discussion. And you can still post your questions if you have any. And we'll now move to our next paper.
Okay, thank
And
you.
yeah, thank you very much, Ron. And our third paper shifts from charging behavior to vehicle choice and asks whether the physical form of the vehicle itself influences the EV purchase decisions. I'd like to request Bisma Khalid to present his work. Thank you.
Hello everyone, is my screen is visible?
Yes.
Hello everyone, I am Bisma Khalid, the postgraduate student at University of New South Wales, Australia. And the topic I'm going to present is, the body type matters in electric vehicle purchase decision, a social cognitive theory approach. The authors are Bisma Khalid, Milad Qadri, and Alireza Basi. So the question is why the body type matters. If I talk about the global EV market, the global EV sales exceed 14 million units in 2023. And SUV is nearly 50% of the global EV purchase, and sedan around 30%, and hatchback less than 15%. So EV adoption is therefore not evenly distributed across the body type. So why the body type matters? The body type affect the energy consumption and emissions, influence the parking at road space requirement, create different charging and infrastructure need, and has the implications for safety, land use, and environmental impact. Despite of daily trip being short distance, larger SUVs remain the highly attractive to the consumers. So what is the reason behind this? My study will going to explore this. These are the previous literature who some of the literature I have mentioned in the slides. Those have examined why the body type matter. Some have taken the body type as a primary role, and some has taken it as a secondary role. Some has used the behavior tool theory, some has used economic approach to analyze why people has choose this type of body type. If I talk about the research gap and that is existing literature, most of the previous literature has focused on the conventional vehicles body type, like why people have chosen such body type in the conventional vehicles. And most of them has focused on the non-EV owners and treat body type as a secondary attribute. However, my study examined the body type choice among the current EV owners here in Australia with direct ownership experience. The other limitation is the behavior explanation, like what is the behavior mechanism to choose a specific body type. What is the role of social influence in that? What is the role of pre-purchase expectation in that, which help in making the decision to purchase a specific body type? I have used the social cognitive theory to understand if the EV owners is going to purchase a specific body type, what is the social influence and how this social influence is going to make the pre-purchase expectation, and how these pre-purchase expectation related to specific attributes of the EVs make the decision to the specific body type choice. So this is the conceptual framework in which I have made two hypotheses. For the social influence, I have chosen 6 sources, like what is the impact influence of observing current EV owners, what is the influence of friends, news, family members, social media, and opinion leaders on making the pre-purchase expectations related to 11 attributes of EVs, like battery life, charging time, social status, and so on, and how this impact the EV body type choice. So one hypothesis I make that social influence, the positive feedback from the social influence going to make the higher expectations, pre-purchase expectations of EVs. And the hypothesis two is the pre-purchase expectations then influence the decision of the EV body type choice. This is the modeling framework of my study, in which I have used 6 social influence sources and 11 attributes related to pre-purchase expectations and the impact on the EV body type choice. In that, I have collected the data from the current EV owners here in Australia, and I have to make sure that the EV owners have purchased the EVs not more than 3 years to make them remind the pre-purchase expectations. The questionnaire consists of 4 sections, the screening questions. After that, EV-related attribute and social demographic. The third section is social influence related questions, and then pre-purchase expectations related questions. The questionnaire is developed based on the Likert scale. The respondents were required to be EV owners in Australia, should be live in Australia, and hold the valid Australian driving license. I've used a Qualtrics platform to collect the data. The data collection is between June to October 2025, and I have collected 516 responses initially. Before that, I have done the pilot study from the current EV owners, total 15 EV owners, for the cleaning of data, and then I revised the questionnaire accordingly. After the data collection, I will clean the data excluding non-eligible respondents, incomplete respondent responses, and inconsistent responses. So that the final sample size is 467 EV owners from which I did the modeling. So this is the measurement scale item for the social influence and pre-purchase expectations. And these are the statements I have used in the question here. For the social influence, I have asked about how positive and negative feedback they get from the social influence sources. And for the pre-purchase expectations, I analyzed that before purchasing the EV, what they are expecting about the battery life, about the charging time, about the environment impact, about the charging sessions, and so on. And I will use the scale for strongly agree to strongly disagree. So the data analysis, I have done the descriptive analysis, after this exploratory factor analysis, and then structure equation modeling. The factor analysis is used to identify the underlying behavior dimensions. Like for the social influence, I further divided it into information social influence and observational social influence. For the observational social influence, it include the uh, observation of the EV owners and the feedback from the opinion leaders, and the others categories are in the information social influence, like social medias, from the feedback from friends, family, and so on. For the pre-purchase expectation, I have further divided it into functionality, support and service, sustainability, and the expectation related to social status after buying the electric vehicles. So I have made sure the factor retention based on the IQN value is greater than 1 by the script plot. So this is the revised conceptual framework in which the social influence is divided into 2 subcategories, and the pre-purchase expectation is further divided into 4 subcategories. After the structure equation modeling will be done, the measurement model will help to analyze the reliability of the model, and after that, model fit summary. Then structural model will be going to analyze the relationship between the latent constructs, like the relation between the social influence and the pre-purchase expectation, and then the body type, the hypothesis I have defined before. So these are the descriptive analysis result. Males are the most dominant in the among the EV ownerships based on my studies, and the household income is uh, the higher percentages from 2000 to 3,499 per week. If I talk about the age, most of the respondents are 45 and older. I have verified the data based on the finding from the EV Council survey done in Australia in 2023. Most of them are the full-time employees, and those who are the EV owners share in Australia are mostly have undergrad degree and more than that. So these are the descriptive analysis of the EV attributes. The most common body type is small SUV, followed by hatchback and then sedan. The most dominant brand origin of EV in my survey, my studies from Chinese brand, followed by US and then Korean and Japanese. The least is European and other. I have focused both on battery electric vehicles and plug-in hybrid electric vehicles, but most of the respondents are BEV owners. If I talk about the purchase price, the highest percentage is from 30,000 to 60,000 Australian dollars, and the least one is more than 120K Australian dollars. So this is the model fit summary. Both of the values are close to or following the recommended threshold. So the interpretation is the model is accepted for the further analysis. This is the measurement model summary. The factor loading is from 0.4 to 0.6, and all the variables are significant. If I talk about average variance estimate, it is more than 0.5. And about the composite reliability, it is more than 0.7, which is the recommended threshold. So there's no need to remove any variable for further analysis in the structure equation modeling. So this is the final result of the structure model, the latent construct I have made from the conceptual framework. The findings shows that the information social influence the information social influence, the more the expectation related to sustainability. B3 is the sustainability, B11 is related to the expectation related to social status. However, the information social influence not going to influence that much related to functional pre-purchase expectations. Like those who have the positive feedback from the observational social influence, they are more likely to have the higher expectation related to functional pre-purchase expectations. However, if I talk about the social status, both informational and observational social influence not going to impact the expectation related to social status, mean that EV owners who are going to purchase the EVs, they are less concerned about the social status in the society. If I compare the information social influence and observational social influence, the positive feedback from the observational social influence impact more in making the pre-purchase expectation related to functionality, sport and service, and expectations related to environment, as compared to information social influence, like means that people will make expectations related to EV attributes by observing from the EV owners rather than just totally relying on the informations and feedback from their relatives and the family members. How these pre-purchase expectations going to impact the choice of the body type? If I talk about the functionality pre-purchase expectation, the higher the expectations relate functionality pre-purchase expectations related to electric vehicle owners, the more likely they are going to choose sedan, hatchback, and SUV. But they have the negative impact on the hatchback, like the higher the expectation related to functionality pre-purchase expectations, people will be less likely to purchase hatchback body type. The more the functionality pre-purchase expectations, people are more likely to purchase sedan followed by SUV. If I talk about pre-purchase expectation related to sport and service, the more the sport and service pre-purchase expectations, the less likely people will be going to choose sedan and hatchback, and more likely they will be going to choose SUV. If I talk about the expectations related to environment, the higher the pre-purchase expectations related to environment, the people will be more likely to choose hatchback. However, sedan and SUV are not supported in that. If I talk about the pre-purchase expectation related to social status, like people who have the higher expectations, social status expectations, they are less likely to choose hatchback. However, they have no impact on sedan and SUV body type selections. So this is the conclusion of my findings, like EV body type choice is behaviorally driven rather than being purely and random and preference based. Social influence play an important role in shaping the pre-purchase expectations. I have observed that observational social influence is particularly more important in forming the consumer expectations about the EV attributes rather than just relying on the informational social influence. Functionality and sport and service expectations are the strongest practical consideration in influence the body type choice of the EVs. SUVs are more strongly associated with functionality and sports service expectations, while the hatchback are more strongly associated with sustainability related expectations. Social status expectations are relatively weak influence on the body type choice. Consumers appears to consider how different EV body choice will fit their daily mobility needs. So overall, my findings analyze that there is a link between social influence and the pre-purchase expectation formation, and this link will help to decide the choice of the body type. So what is the policy implications? This study will help to promote the real-world EV exposure. Strong observational social influence suggests that the real-world exposure can be more effective than informational alone. Use EV demonstration cars, shows, test drive events, sharing schemes, and community programs can to reduce the uncertainty and build realistic expectation rather than purely relying on the information. Strengthen the sports service across the body type, like sports service expectations strongly influence the SUV preference. Improve charging infrastructure, service spare parts availability after the sales sport across SUV, sedan, and hatchback. This can reduce the excessive SUV concentration in the market and encourage more diverse EV market. Adoption segment policies, the different body types are driven by different consumer expectations, so one size fit all policy may be ineffective. Thank you.
Thank you, Bisma, for the presentation. We'll now move to the Q&A. And participants are invited to post their questions into the Zoom chat. And so I have one question, Bishma, is that do you expect the importance of vehicle body types to change as the EV market becomes more mature and if the consumers have a wider range of models available in future?
Yes. If I talk about more dominant SUV in Australia, the one of the reason is Australia has the largest road network as compared to other countries. So people are more reliant on the large body types. But at the same time, we can't purely relying on the one specific body type. If we come to know that what is the interest of the people in selecting the body type, it will help in the export, like what type of models we have to export and import from different countries. Like if we are importing any hatchback models from Chinese brand or some other brands, and people are not interested in purchasing them, so we come to know that if someone is going to select a specific body type, what is the reason behind them, and for the specific body type, what is the expectations of the EV owners. Like if someone is going to purchase a sedan and they are purchasing it because of the social status, because the models are more fancy as compared to other body type. So it will help to analyze that we are not going to concentrate in any specific body type. Uh, there must be a diversity to make the infrastructure. Like we can't totally make the infrastructure based on the SUVs, based on sedan, or based on hatchback.
Thank you very much. So one question is that just to if you were to extend this study beyond Australia, where the EV market is EV is penetrating, which parts of the relationship between social influence, expectations, and body type choice do you think would remain similar, and which might change, like from your experience?
Based on the previous literature, if I talk about my study, uh, in Australia, SUV is more dominant, but I have studied some literature from the developing countries, and they are more relying on the hatchback body types as compared to large body types, uh, because of the congestions and because of the road infrastructures. Like if someone is going to study in some different country, either in Europe or in any developing countries, definitely the findings might be different as compared to my findings. Because infrastructure of Australia is, I think, really different from other countries. We have less population. We are like I'm based in Canberra, and based within the city, we are using the highways. Like streets are not that much prominent as compared to Europe. Like Europe is more congested, so definitely the findings will be different. So there must be a comparison between developed and developing countries and the expectations of EV owners between them.
Okay. Thank you, Bisma, for the wonderful discussion. And now we'll move towards our fourth paper.
Thank you.
And the next presentation continues the behavioral theme, but moves beyond EV adoption to a more demanding form of user participation, allowing the vehicle battery to interact with the electricity grid through V2G. I would like to welcome Wenjin Jia to present the work.
I didn't find the presenter in the participants. Maybe you can move to others.
Sure. So the fifth presentation that we have, it's on electric bus system design reliable against stochastic power grid load shedding and uncertain charging efficiency by Aman Sharma and Nizamuddin. And yeah, you're most welcome to present the paper.
Hi, Trisha. I had recorded a video if that could be shown.
You want me to play it, or you want to deliver it yourself?
Play it, please. Thank you.
Okay.
Hello everyone, I am Aman, here to present my research on electric bus system design, reliable against stochastic power grid load shedding and uncertain charging efficiency. We all know that there is a worldwide transport electrification push going on to reduce carbon emissions, and in India, public transport caters to more than 12% of daily work trips. Hence, electric buses or e-buses are a very attractive option to reduce city-wide pollution, mainly due to their zero tailpipe emissions. However, electric bus systems suffer from larger costs due to batteries, as well as limited driving range and longer recharging times of the e-buses themselves. And hence, quite a lot of studies use opportunity charging, which is basically charging the buses when they're stationary at their terminals in between trips. This, in turn, reduces the battery size. When we look at what kind of uncertainties can arise in an e-bus system, and mainly just from the energy perspective, we can broadly divide them in either uncertainty in energy demand or uncertainty in energy supply. Energy demand basically means that how much energy an e-bus is going to demand to traverse one particular route, and it can change in each run, and mainly because it's a function of many external factors such as route gradient, passenger loading, etc. And this has been extensively researched in the literature now. When we look at energy supply, an e-bus system is basically dependent on the power grid network as well as the charging infrastructure network designed for it. Any kind of upstream disruption in these two can lead to scheduled disruptions in the e-bus system itself. Looking at just the studies which dealt with energy supply uncertainties, which were closely related to our work, we saw that the studies have not considered integrated system planning and charging scheduling and opportunity charging when dealing with energy supply uncertainties, as well as there was no consideration of load shedding in the power grid. So this was a basic methodology overview. We considered two different types of uncertainties, and we assumed that the load shedding is a relatively rare phenomenon, modeling it stochastically, and charging efficiency uncertainty a relatively frequent phenomena, and modeling it using a robust optimization approach. So in terms of assumption, we divided an operational day into 5-minute time blocks ending in 288 time blocks, and we are making decisions related to charger assignments and e-bus recharging in each particular time block. Then we have assumed that power grid can experience load shedding in each time block, independent of the rest, as well as spatial correlation in load shedding based on the distance between the power grid zones. We have assumed each charger with same rated efficiency and buses to be operating on fixed routes. These are some sets and parameters we have used. Glossing over them, what we are actually deciding on. So what we are deciding on is if a terminal is to be electrified or not, what size and number of chargers to be placed at a terminal, what size of batteries to be selected for e-buses. We are also installing energy storage system, ESS, at each terminal to counteract time of use electricity prices, as well as load shedding uncertainty. So what's the capacity of ESS, as well as energy tracking for the ESS and energy tracking of electric buses themselves. We use model parameters from relevant literature, and coming to what's the objective. So our objective was analyze costs of charging infrastructure, battery costs for the fleet, terminal electrification costs, cost of the ESS, and electricity costs, which is divided into two. Basically, either we are charging the e-buses from the grid, or we are charging the energy storage system, ESS, from the grid, and these two incur us some cost. If we are recharging e-buses from the ESS, there's no cost involved there. Then we have the following constraints. We have subjected it to one charger size selection per terminal. From constraint 4, we are ensuring that the number of chargers selected at a terminal should be enough for simultaneous recharging. From constraint 6, we are saying that terminal can draw power from either the grid or the ESS in any particular time block. Constraint 11 ensures that the bus can be recharged using one of these two particular sources. So anytime there's a load shedding, there's a power loss at a terminal, the bus can get recharged using the ESS, which is the whole point of the study. And constraint 12 is the non-anticipativity constraint, ensuring that one particular size of ESS is selected at a terminal across all scenarios. Then E-bus terminal dwelling constraints, which is basically ensuring that the energy can be added to a bus only when it is actually present at the terminal. And then the rest of the constraints here in this slide are E-bus energy tracking constraints, which is just tracking the departure energy level of bus in each particular trip. These are ESS energy tracking constraints. Basically, we are tracking energy level of ESS in each particular time block. And this actually is a good point of this study. We have removed a traditional assumption in which people typically assume that ESS are fully recharged overnight, and we introduce constraint 23, which ensures that the ESS energy level is linked to the previous day's last time block. And then constraint 25 is basically ensuring that the charging power selected at a terminal should be sufficiently enough. And eta here is the charging efficiency. The S set in all of these constraints are the load shedding scenarios, and eta here is the charging efficiency. Now coming to how we introduce charging efficiency uncertainty, we use budgeted robust formulation by BERT, SMART, and SIM, and we introduce a theta omega t parameter which can vary between 0 to 1, and we put a budget of gamma t, which is how many number of time blocks we can see the maximum deviation in the charging efficiency uncertainty. Introducing it, we come to constraint 28, and then we make some changes to this constraint. So currently this is for one particular time block, and what we want to end up is to come at one particular charging instance rather than one particular time block. So we make some changes to this constraint by multiplying alpha to the left hand side, and then summing over this constraint over all of the omegas. So basically constraint 34 now is how much energy that can be supplied to a bus in a one particular charging instance, and the right hand side of this constraint is how much energy that can be added to the bus. So always that should be lesser than how much energy we can supply. And then in this constraint, basically the worst case scenario is a sub problem, which is a maximization of this summation. And this is a standard practice, which is deterministic dual reformulation. We just take dual of the maximization problem. So any feasible solution. So in using strong duality, just the subjective value will give us the optimal solution. Now, what we used in this study was actually cutting plane restart. We found that this method was much faster for us when compared to deterministic dual reformulation, which is quite prominent in the literature. And this method basically, this is a restart method. So first we start the optimization process, and in each incumbent we basically look for the worst case violation of the constraint 28. And then we just keep on adding it, make a collection of it, keep it set, and then restart the optimization process again, and just adding all of the violations back to the optimization problem. So this creates compact MILP. How many number of cuts we are going to add is going to be equal to the budget, the uncertainty budget we have. Here we have uncertainty budget as 29, which is 10% of the day we are going to see worst case charging efficiency. Coming to the study area, we used a subnetwork of Delhi bus network consisting of 22 terminals and 18 routes. We divided the study area into 5 clusters, and then all terminals in a cluster can experience load shedding together, and clusters were correlated as a decaying function of distance between them. So this is a big problem, this is a large problem. And then coming to how we created the load shedding scenarios, we used the correlation function defined by Dacking in 2014 using power law decay. So this gives us a correlation matrix of the power grid zones, and then we created binary correlated scenarios using genetic algorithm. We created scenarios for a year, and then 99 percentile most probable scenarios were used in the study. Coming to the computational results, so why we actually ended up using cutting plane restart, you can see that in all of the cases, cutting plane restart performed much better than deterministic dual reformulation. This is MMP gap reported in 2 hours. And so this gave us much better results compared to the traditional deterministic dual reformulation, so we ended up using CPR. Coming to the results, so figure 4 shows what's the cost breakdown of the system. In line with the literature, the battery costs were the most prominent cost, and followed by the electricity costs. When we looked at what's the battery size selection for the network, it didn't actually follow the traditional pattern of lowest battery size selected for each route. and the main reason being that we are considering various uncertainties. When we look at how the ESS energy tracking happens, in these figures we are showing how the energy tracking is going to happen in the ESS of each particular terminal. We can see that in the peak time of use electricity prices, the model is able to efficiently utilize ESS to reduce the electricity price, and in rest of the period ESS are either on the same energy level or recharging. The main point of these figures is basically when we look at what's the energy level at the end of the day and the start of the day, basically we have linked the both. We have made no assumption regarding how the ESS are going to behave overnight, and this becomes really important in the case, suppose a terminal has an ESS. Here we have 4,000 kilowatt hour ESS, and the terminal and the service ends at around 12 a.m. and begins at 5 a.m. So we have just 5 hours. So if we make an assumption that ESS are going to be recharged overnight completely, we will have to provide the ESS with much higher recharging rate, as well as we are giving up a 3-hour window here in which the service has begun, but the time of use electricity prices is still low, and in majority of the cities that's going to be the case because that's not the peak price period, and we are giving up that period of low time of use electricity price if we make an assumption regarding how the ESS are going to be recharged overnight. When we look at terminal energy draw, this is how much energy terminal is drawing from the grid in each time block. We see that the model is able to not use the grid in peak time of use electricity price, effectively using the ESS for it, and just in looking at this, we can see that the most critical periods for the terminals are going to be just before the second time peak, the second peak of time of use electricity price hits, because just before that the terminal is going to be recharging the electric buses as well as the ESS themselves. Then we looked at what's the effect of worst case scenario realization. This is basically increasing the probability of charging efficiency uncertainty. And we saw that with increasing charge of failure uncertainty, the relative cost increased, but by not that much. When we increase the budget to 30%, so 30% of the day we are going to see the worst case charging efficiency, the cost increased by 14%. And the model mainly dealt with this uncertainty by making changes to the charging power, and we see quite a large rise in 600 kilowatt size charger selection. When we looked at what's the effect of load shedding, we saw that increasing the probability of load shedding affected the cost much higher. We see that relative cost jump from 100 to 132% when the probability of load shedding increased from 1 to 3%. And the main reason being that is in this case, suppose we experience any kind of load shedding, you cannot recharge any bus even if you have higher size charger, and that the main reason is that there's no power coming from the grid. So you either need to have ESS or need to have larger battery sizes for electric buses to counter for that. And battery size and battery cost is, as we saw, that it's the highest cost component in the system. Then we just did a basic system benchmarking. We wanted to see that how our hybrid robust stochastic model is actually performing. We saw that because the stochastic, just pure stochastic load shedding model is going to make quite a big change. It's going to select quite a large amount of battery in buses as well as for the ESS. We saw that that model performed very close to the hybrid robust stochastic model when compared to the robust model itself, with increasing probability of load shedding as well as the charging efficiency worst case scenario. So in conclusion, in this study, we were able to create a model which successfully accounted for multiple energy supply uncertainties. And by doing ESS energy tracking, we were able to show that the traditional assumption of ESS at full capacity is very unrealistic and will actually depend on what's the time of use or TOU prices of study area. And then we also saw that load shedding required major changing to the systems when compared to charging efficiency uncertainty. In future, this study can be extended by introducing more and more uncertainties, introducing uncertainties in ESS dynamic as well as energy consumption uncertainty. And also we assumed there was no temporal correlation in load shedding, and that's a temporal correlation in load shedding is very realistic assumption. As well as this whole approach can be moved forward in terms of sequential decision making. Thank you, and any suggestions and feedback are welcome. Thank you so much. Hello.
Thank you, Aman, for the presentation. And I'd like to request the participants to post your questions in the chat box. So, Aman, given your papers, so if a transit agency has limited resources in implementing EV buses or planning to buy EV buses, so what would your results suggest as the most effective way to improve system reliability? Like additional buses or greater charging capacity, battery reserve, or more flexible operations?
Uh, Actually, we saw in the various studies that the chargers are the cheapest resource that you can have. So typically, you can just add more and more chargers, and it will not affect the system cost even by 1 or 2%. So charges are great. But the if you account for suppose load shedding, so even if you have many number of chargers or many higher power chargers, in that case you have no power essentially to recharge the buses. So because there's no power coming from the grid. So for that kind of an uncertainty, you will definitely require either ESS or maybe additional number of buses to account for maybe e-bus trip assignments. And to keep the cost low initially, the additional buses can actually be traditional IC engine buses, which can just be used in the cases where we encounter these kind of uncertainty.
Thanks. And the last question is, what do you say is the main practical lessons from these scenarios for a city planning its first large-scale electric bus system in a grid with frequent load shedding?
And with frequent load shedding, first of all, there was another work we did in which we found out that how the bus system is actually connected to the grid actually affects it quite a lot. So which zone of grid you are connecting a particular charging station or a terminal to will affect it. So if we have quite a concentrated energy demand scenarios, in that case, even if one power grid zone goes down, we will experience quite a large spatial area of the bus system will experience power losses. So in that case, you want to actually divide the power demand arising from electric buses spatially. First of all, you do that, and then to even if power goes down, in that case, lesser amount of charging stations will go down, and along with it, if you then add ESSs, and actually the ESS can be added in a phase-wise manner. We can just use second life batteries, which are just batteries which are harvested from previous buses and stuff to make our ESS.
Thank you, Aman, for the interactive discussion. Now we'll look for if our fourth participant is here or not to present the paper. It appears that the presenter for our photo is still not available in Zoom. Unfortunately, we'll not be able to include that presentation in today's session. And with that, we have reached the end of Eastern session E9. I'd like to thank all of our presenters and participants for the excellent presentations and discussions. Today's paper have highlighted how electric mobility needs to be considered across several interconnected levels, from vehicle performance and individual charging decisions to adoption behavior, grid interaction, and system-level operation reliability. I particularly appreciated the diversity of methodological perspectives represented in this session, including simulation, behavioral modeling, machine learning, psychological frameworks, and optimization. On behalf of BTR 2026, I'd like to thank all the presenters, participants, and our Zoom coordinator, Anissa Akka. This concludes Eastern Session E9. and electric vehicles charging system. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay.
Yes. Hi everyone. We have a few more minutes before we start. So if you want to grab a coffee or just do a bit of a stretch, please feel free to do so. We will start in a few minutes. Thank you. Thank you, Anissa, for sharing your screen. If you can just on the top, you see display settings? Yes, just click on that and swap presenter view and slide view. Great. Awesome. Now we see the full screen mode. Thanks. So we have the first presenter, Alberto. All right, actually we have Alberto in the room, and Alberto, we have made you co-host. Can you try if you can share your screen? Otherwise, I would share your slides on your behalf.
Thank you. Just a moment.
Yes, sure. Take your time. So I acknowledge that it's 2 a.m. in South Africa. Am I right, Alberto? You're in South Africa?
I'm in South America.
South America. My apologies. I read the email this morning a bit, in rush. Sorry for messing up the the time zone. You should be
problem.
allocated to the Western time zone.
So let's see. I'm going to share.
It is loading. Yes, great.
Seems good.
Alberto, if you also swap, so if you click on display settings and swap the presenter view, you see display settings on the top because we see your notes instead of the full screen.
I see. So
So if
let's
you
see.
click on that display settings on the top.
You can see it? Oh, here. Okay, yes.
Oh,
got
yes,
it.
yes. So then swap presenter view and slide view.
Ah, great.
Perfect,
Okay,
beautiful.
that's great. Thank you.
No worries.
Shall I stop sharing for now?
No. I think actually we can start, and then we can actually have more time. Since you're already awake in 2 a.m. in the morning, we don't really want to put you more on hold. Let me just introduce briefly myself. I'm Irannezhad. I'm a senior lecturer of transport engineering at the University of New South Wales, Sydney, Australia. I have my PhD student Anissa, who is hosting this Zoom room, and also another PhD student, Randy, who just finished hosting another Zoom room. So we are basically physically here in our UNSW Sydney campus. And good morning and good afternoon to everyone. Good early morning to you, Alberto. So I know that it's you probably are between like sleep and awake, but again, thanks for joining and making the effort to join the session. Today is the second BTR day in the Eastern track, and we have another Western track to be starting in a few hours. Perhaps, Alberto, you can join the Western session. For us, it will be midnight, and I don't think actually we will be joining. So without further ado, I hand it over to you, Alberto. I would appreciate if you make a brief introduction of yourself, and then over to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Randy. So this is joint work with Wei Lun Yuan. He's a PhD student at NUS. My colleague Leonard Lee at the business school, he's a consumer marketer, and also at the Institute of Public Understanding of Risk. And Wayan Leong, who at the time was the chief economist of the Land Transport Authority. I'm an environmental economist. I'm going to talk to you today about a project that we implemented at the university with young adults, which sought to build climate citizenry through this idea of personal carbon accountability. So the backdrop to this is there is a big problem, a big crisis that we need to solve over the next 50, 100 years. And at the moment, what we face is a highly disengaged public. CO2 emissions from fossil fuels, they continue to increase. We do have technologies that are coming online and offering cheaper low carbon options, but yet the sense is that our leaders are acting very slowly, so it's consistent with this notion that the public is putting little pressure. High-income societies, individuals, account for the bulk of energy demand and carbon emissions and an outsized influence over policy. And the other aspect I also want to highlight is that whenever researchers or policymakers think about individual level action, this is often dismissed as a distraction from the more important systemic change. So this idea that the I frame is substituting for the S frame and it's a distraction. So our project asks the following question: can a personal carbon accountability initiative that is positively framed in an everyday domain, in our case it will be transport, can this spill over into broader climate attitudes and policy support? So the hypothesis, and this, if you are, I'm not a sociologist, but there's this interesting theory coming from sociology. It's known as the Coleman-Boat framework, providing a so-called micro to macro linkage. And the hypothesis runs like this, that to the extent that we can pay more attention to our high frequency micro behaviors. In our context, these would be daily travel choices, but you could think of other domains like food, aviation. Can such high frequency micro behaviors, through repeated engagement and reflection, can they aggregate into broader climate policy attitudes? So what we do is we're going to engage the individual as a commuter, we're talking about transport, as a consumer, consuming mobility, and ultimately as a citizen, to see if by doing so, engaging the individual, we can build demand for systemic change. And this could take the form of policies to price carbon, price congestion, price public transport, subsidize green infrastructure. So quoting from our manuscript, building climate citizenry, one campus, one cohort, one semester at a time, may be among the more tractable paths to the systemic change that the climate crisis demands. Where did this idea begin? We developed this idea and wrote about it in 2023 in the Business Times, a daily newspaper in Singapore. The title of the op-ed was how open data and gamification can make Singapore's urban travel greener. So we exploited a fintech platform that is owned by the Land Transport Authority. It's known as SimplyGo. And what it does is it allows the commuter to download 180 days of their own bus and train transactions. So it's retroactive. And the idea was that we would have different carbon intensities per kilometer for different travel modes. So for example, a car ride, if you are the only passenger, would add 200 grams of CO2 per kilometer. An MRT ride, a train ride, would be far less. People have their own personal carbon accounts. These would be very salient to the individual, but they would not be public. This was about positive, voluntary, hopeful action, not shameful, negative, punitive. And for one of the treatments that I'll talk about very briefly, the individual will be rewarded for staying under a target. So what we implemented was an RCT to operationalize the public proposal that we wrote about in this OPED, and we tested whether it works. So I have one slide on the method. I don't have much time, 20 minutes. We conducted a pre-registered field randomized control trial. Our participants were young citizens during an important window of opportunity. They had just entered into university studies. We had from years 1 to years 4 of undergraduate students. 330 young citizens. The intervention lasted a semester, and attrition was just 4%. So the way we implemented this is the individual had a personalized travel diary over 11 weeks. So this totals 61,000 trips. And these were audited against 5 transport platforms. That's for the behavioral outcomes, the travel behavior. But more importantly, we had 3 attitudinal surveys. And we advertised, when we were seeking to recruit participants, we advertised the research as being about consumption patterns. It was neutral. There was no mention of climate to avoid selecting participants on green preferences. So I have a simple table to describe the intervention. We had 3 groups. We had a control. Can you confirm whether you can see my mouse?
Yes, Alberto, we can.
Okay, great, thanks. So we had a control group, and then we had 2 treatment groups. There was a group that at the beginning of the intervention started receiving environmental messages. So these range from local to global co-benefits of trying to reduce car rides or have more people in the car. And in week 6, we added to these participants in this personal carbon scores group, we added the personal carbon scores. So that was the first treatment group. The second treatment group was a more intense treatment. So we similarly added environmental messaging in week 3 to the end of the intervention, but we added the personal carbon scores sooner in week 3. And in week 6, we introduced low carbon rewards. So the way that we are labeling the treatment groups here is by the higher layer of treatment. So PCS means the group that the highest layer of treatment was personal carbon scores, and LCR is the group that the highest level of treatment were low carbon rewards. So what we did is we staggered and stacked features to isolate each component's marginal contribution. And we also had critically these attitudinal surveys. So we had a survey at the pre-intervention stage, just as the intervention was started. We had another survey just after the intervention, the post-intervention survey. And to examine persistence, we had an exit survey 4 weeks after all features of the intervention were lifted to assess persistence of attitudes, which is what we were really after more than the behavior. So I'll just start with the behavior. This is brief because the attitudes that I'll talk about later are the bigger part of the story. So the rewards, the group which received all the layers of all the features, so environmental messaging and personal carbon scores and rewards for staying below certain targets. This is the group that reduced the carbon intensity of travel. So I've got 2 panels in this slide. Let's just focus on the right panel. So this is the 75th percentile of personal carbon scores in the different groups. So there's the control, the personal carbon scoring, and the higher intensity of treatment, the low carbon rewards. So it's by group, by week of the intervention. And in week 6, when we had all the features layered for the low carbon rewards treatment, we see a reduction, a significant reduction in the carbon intensity of travel. So the mechanisms, we're able to get at the mechanisms. So the reduction in carbon intensity was driven by a reduction in the single occupancy car rides. So this is a car ride that I'm the only passenger, whether I drive, it's my car, which is not often the case in Singapore, or whether I'm taking a Grab ride, which is the Uber in Singapore. So that's less single occupancy car rides, and also driven by more carpooling. This is another way of seeing the results. We find is the rewards, they cut the personal carbon score by just over 7 grams of CO2 per kilometer. That's around 10, 12 percentage points. The number of private car trips fell by 0.6 per week, and the carpool share rose by 11 percentage points. Now, what's interesting is that all this happened without changing mobility. It was just lower carbon. So the jargon in the literature, you could say this is a personal level decoupling of emissions from mobility. So we do some heterogeneity analysis to see which subgroup in this population do we see the biggest shift. And what we find is the effects are strongest among participants from car-owning families. So in Singapore, many families don't own cars. So those who do own cars, this is where we saw the biggest shift. And also among participants who, before they received the intervention, they had a history of ride-hailing. So for these, we saw the biggest shifts in their mobility. And as I said before, the mechanism is that the intervention facilitated substituting away from solar car use among those who had the more access to it. And it's also interesting because those who use cars most in Singapore tend to be members of higher income households who tend to contribute disproportionately to emissions over their lifetimes. So let's get to the heart of the study. It's not the behavioral outcomes, but it's the attitudes and policy support, both within transport, the domain that we had the intervention, but also cross-domain, so more broadly into climate attitudes and beliefs. So the question then is, does within domain accountability, again, within transport, spill over, and does it last? So I'm going to show you a series of slides to argue that it does spill over and it does last, at least within the window of persistence. So the first point to make is both before and after the intervention, we surveyed participants on which factors were the most influential when they considered how to move around the city. So the first point is environmental impact. It's the lowest of a series of different influences. So price of the trip, time to destination, convenience, crowdedness. So you can see that the environmental impact is not an important feature. So we weren't selecting a population with green preferences. These were just normal people. That's the first point. The second point is in the treatment groups, we see an increase in the environmental mindedness versus relative to the control over the intervention. We don't see that for the other influences. We also surveyed, besides we did track how people moved, but we also were interested in seeing whether participants perceived changes in their mobility, both in the control and the treatment groups. So we see that participants' perceptions are consistent with what we measured in terms of travel. So in the treatment groups, the red, the most intense, and the blue, the first treatment group, we see that participants perceived that they had taken car rides less, more public transport, more active mobility. We also surveyed intentions going forward. We also see a similar pattern. Pledges were in the direction of lowering carbon intensity. And the last panel, what it gets at is policy support within transport. So the group that received the most intense intervention, they were the ones who were more willing to convert road space to from cars to bus lanes, comparing the after versus before relative to control. Right, so as I mentioned, we asked participants to advise government on transport investment, and the group that received low carbon rewards showed the strongest endorsements of converting road space to dedicated bus lanes. So this is evidence that the I frame is not substituting for the S frame. Rather, it's elevating support for systemic policy through personal carbon accountability. I'm almost done. We also, 4 weeks after the intervention ended, we surveyed participants on a series of statements which show their stewardship of environmental issues, their support for individual action, the support for government action. And then if you take a composite of all these different statements and the strength of agreement, what we see is that the low carbon rewards group scored significantly higher than the control on this general environment composite. And this is an intention to treat estimates. What are the statements that are driving this? Are statements like agreement with humans are abusing the environment, or that people's actions to reduce the impact are important, or their disagreement that the climate crisis has been exaggerated. So we had some reverse quoted statements. And just to emphasize, all of this was done 4 weeks after every intervention feature was withdrawn. Our intervention was not intrusive. It was actually welcomed. So we had very low attrition. We surveyed participants whether they were willing to continue with their travel diary privately beyond the study, and half of them said yes. We also surveyed whether participants paid attention to the environmental messages, the groups that were receiving them. And our interpretation is that the rewards deepened engagement with scoring specifically. So we have measures of motivation, effort, and comprehension, and all of these shift with treatment. My final slide is, we think this is a replicable model and a fintech path to scale. Universities around the world, they enroll hundreds of millions of young, often affluent citizens during a formative window. And we think there's an opportunity to embed personal carbon accountability into general education, gen ed, at a modest cost. We think we were excited to see that the month later shifts survived a period that coincided with the end of semester exams. So, during exam conditions, the effects would typically attenuate and not amplify. There's an opportunity to do initiatives like this beyond urban mobility into aviation and food, where emissions understanding is very low. We think that there is fintech solutions that we could tap into that would consider privacy safeguarding open data rules. And one could imagine cities promoting initiatives like this maybe once a year to help build awareness for the climate crisis. I'm going to leave you with a quote by one of the participants who wrote in voluntarily. I'll just read it out and then I'm finished. Initially, I had always been someone who took Grab to school, but participating in this program has made me change my habits. This active change has actually lifted my mood. I believe it is little choices like this that help reinforce a sense of hope that we have some agency over the outcomes of climate change. Thank you very much.
Great, thank you so much, Alberto. Let's see if there is any question in the chat box. I don't see anything yet. Very, very insightful research, and I really like that kind of intervention, like kind of, I would say, it's like nudging people to change their behaviors. We researchers usually ask people that, okay, how do you perceive how would be your likely behavior in the case of, for example, this push strategy or pull strategy, etc. But yeah, the intervention or basically these nudging studies, it make people to rethink that how do they really evaluate. Interesting research. And I have so many questions, but also I'm cautious of time because we have other presenters. But do you have any plan to extend this access the broader community?
Yes, we are extending this both within travel, but also in the food domain and also in aviation.
In Singapore?
Universities. Yes, we're starting through university. We think universities are, they are the institution to educate, and especially considering young adults who over their lifetimes will be voting, they will be supporting policies speeding up the transitions that are very urgent. So we're very
Great.
excited. We are pushing in different dimensions. That's a very good question. Thank you, Randy, for your comment.
Yes, well, I'm Ellie. I'm joining from my student's screen because Randy is here.
Oh, sorry,
It's
sorry.
because we are physically a few of us in the room, and when I join from my laptop, I see the basically echoing my voice. That's why. That's all. Thank you, Alberto. Is there any, I'm curious to know, is there any published paper or anything that we can go through and see if we can replicate such a study here? At least in our campus, I'm very interested to replicate.
Yeah, the paper right now is under review at Nature Sustainability. So
Okay.
we haven't posted it. But if you
Yes.
write to me, I'd be more than happy to send you a copy.
Sure. Great. Thank you, Alberto. Yeah, very,
I'm
very
sorry for
keen
getting your
on.
name wrong. It's just because I'm reading from
No, Ellie.
Google. Yeah.
That's
Sorry
all
about
right.
that.
Yes. No, I'm Ellie. Great. Awesome.
Yes, yes.
Thanks, Alberto. And thanks again for joining us in such an early morning. So I'll leave you to it. Please feel free and have a sleep now. But perhaps you can listen to the recording of the session and also all the other parallel sessions afterwards.
Thank you.
Thanks for joining BTR. Thank you. Okay, so with that, then we can go to the next presentation by Anissa, my PhD student, who is also hosting this Zoom. Great, awesome. She's the host, so. Anissa, you can go to full screen mode.
Yeah.
Too many monitors, huh?
Yes.
Great,
Am I
awesome.
displaying correctly?
Yes, perhaps you can go to your first slide. Okay, over to you. Please start with a brief introduction of yourself. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for joining me today. My name is Anissa from University of New South Wales, Sydney, Australia. These are my supervisory teams. Today, I would present progress of my research that highlighting on instrument development of designing a context-sensitive discrete choice of in terms of decarbonization heavy-duty vehicles in Australia. So what's the problem with this research? The existing evidence is insufficient both for policymakers and industry to make a decision making, and freight decarbonization is not only a technology challenge but also a decision making challenge. As you can see here, zero emission trucks are becoming increasingly feasible, but adoption remains limited. The key issue is that we still lack the strong evidence of how operators evaluate vehicle technologies and what really drives their adoptions. So without understanding this, the policymakers risk to design interventions that fail to address the actual barriers faced by freight operators who utilize the trucks because there are varies by their operational context, their businesses, and their vehicle types and other differences. So currently research existing zero emission trucks are technically and economically viable, but provides limited understanding of how Australian freight operators make purchasings to the new trucks and how their decisions can shape the long term of uh, fleet transitions outcome. This study will address that gap by integrating behavioral choices modeling with system dynamics modeling. This research contributes by applying behavioral theories such as theory plan of behavior and diffusion of innovation into freight decarbonizations, and it will integrate discrete choice experiment and system dynamics. We are trying to move from only collecting behavioral evidence to operationalizing the behavior within our model. And it will highlight the microsystem level insight into what drives freight operators to adopt the new technology, and also integrating into the macrosystem level for the long-term projections. The questions are how the trade-off and how the preferences from freight operators, also how can these preferences can be translated into the policy interventions. And the output of this research will be the evidence-based policy toolbox for regulators to support their decision framework in terms of designing or prioritizing the effective of policy intervention that can support regulators in Australia. These are theoretical framework and methods used in this research. The behavioral theory TPP help to understand what operators' intentions, and diffusion of innovation helps to understand what kind of factors influencing the rate and the pattern of their adoptions. Discrete choice, it will translate or answer what or and why the freight operators, the company who own the trucks, what are their choices, and system dynamics, it will answer what happens if the freight operators answers their choices. So next, I will explaining to the decision development process of discrete choice experiments. First, we are defining the decision context. Within the question, we are asking for freight operators of their next vehicle acquisition decisions. So it's not just hypothetical. We hope it will reflect genuinely the procurement decision for them, and this survey targeted decision makers such as fleet managers, owner operators, and others transport directors. Second step, within the identifying alternatives, we use label design such as asking whether they are choosing battery electric trucks, renewable trucks, and diesel trucks. And their choices, we use this label design so the freight operators can reflect the reality of recognizable technology platform they use. And in this research, renewable diesels is framing as the technology pathways based on the theories that consider compatibility in division of innovation, whether the company gonna adopt this new technology. Then next, third process is to selecting the attribute. We have several lists of attributes that we want to put in the question through the literature review, theoretical prioritization, and consultations with industry. It's niche to three attributes: purchasing cost, operational cost, and emissions performance. With the fourth process, we are want to account for heterogeneity with the ancillary operators who owns the trucks, and for hire services who give the service for the third party. And but we use this as the respondent characteristics because both types may use similar vehicles classes, but it will be differentiated by the attributes trade-off. This the fifth steps in generating the choice sets. We use engine, use the D-efficient experimental design. It's divided into three blocks of six group within the vehicle class. And sixth step, this is how we are trying to apply the behavioral theory implemented in the survey. We asked the liquor statement for measuring their attitudes, their subjective norms, and their perceived behavioral. Also, we are considering to put the attitudinal items are placed after the choice task itself to avoid the attitudinal priming. We hope it could be enhance the engagement. This is the survey building, and this is the example of the choice that we asked for respondents. This survey finalized by April, May this year's. So the insight from the survey, we are distributing two distribution sample, one that a manual distribute, and second from the qualitative panel survey. We conducted this survey discrete choice experiments to allow us to investigate both technology trade-off and behavioral differences across the operational context. And if you can see, there's a varies that the choices between the sample one that from the freight manual distribution and the second sample from quadratic panel samples. For the first samples, freight operators dominantly choose diesel. As for the second sample, the choices are varies within the alternative fuel. Another insight from the surveys, we got this from the discrete choice analysis through multinomial logic model. We can see different behavioral within the operational context. The short haul operators are more sensitive to operating cost. It's interestingly opposite with the long haul operators. They are less sensitive to the cost, whether it's purchase cost or operational cost. But emissions have a limited influence. They're overall low. And we can see from this trial that technology preferences is more driven by trade-off rather than the fuel type itself. So it's make the strong need for tailored decarbonization policies. And next is the other insight that when we ask what really matters for freight operators when they are choosing a truck, so they're still think reliability, load, capacity, range, and cost are the most important truck attributes. Environmental consistently lower than the others. Operational and economic factors, but despite that, 62% freight operators choices non-diesel option when purchasing when purchase and operating costs are competitive. Another highlight from the survey is when we see within their business context and their whole operations. From the left side, we can see that the fuel choice by operator type, the ancillary vehicle company who own their trucks, and second is for hire that give the service of third party, and the for the intermediary. And from the right side, there are for the fuel choices based on the whole operation, short haul, heavy, medium, rigid, and this is for the each type of trucks asked. This is the distributions. And these are the insight from the two samples that told different stories I mentioned before that within the manual distributions, they are considering diesels, most of them, but for the quality panels, they are have a distributed shares of choices. And this before last, there are the preferences into the policy pathway. Interestingly, that manual sample distribution respondents, they are more aware to the policy incentive than the one that distributed by the Qualtrics panels. The next step for this research is to advancing in the modeling discrete choice and then integrating into the system dynamics and validation, doing the calibration and validation into the workshop activities. I haven't done this. And this is the preliminary of causal loop diagrams for the system dynamics modeling that we built. And we already have several policies to test. And if you are interested, this is the final product with the toolbox like this. You can go to the www.fretlabx.com and see the others project that we have there. If you want to collaborate, you can contact us later. So thank you.
Great, thank you so much, Anissa. I don't see any question for Anissa. Anissa is my student, so I don't really have questions for her. We usually share the questions in our private meetings. Feel free to unmute yourself and ask any questions, or if you are aware of any relevant research or paper, please share the link with us in the chat box. Okay, I don't see any question here. So then let's go to the next presenter, Harish, who will be talking to us about the economic assessment of air mobility degradation in Nigeria. Very interesting topic, Harish. We see your audio. You're unmuted. That's right. Please start sharing your screen. We also see your video as well. Great. It is loading. Harish, we would appreciate if you also briefly introduce yourself before you start.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes, we can see the full screen mode and you're loud and clear. Over to you, Harish.
Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you. Thank you for this opportunity for the BTR organizing team. My name is Haris, and namaste and good morning to all. Good afternoon from Kathmandu, Nepal. And this topic is the part of my master's research. I completed my master's in transportation engineering from Asian Institute of Technology 2025. So I would like to also thank you, my advisor, Dr. Ayushman Bhatt. Okay, this is my today outline of this presentation from introduction to the recommendation and the limitation. So first of all, I would like to a brief introduction of the BIMSTEC. BIMSTEC is the Bay of Bengal Initiative Multisectoral Technical and Economic Cooperation. It is the group of the country which was established in 1997. It consists of the 7 countries, 5 from the South Asia and 2 countries from Southeast Asia. South Asian country, Bangladesh, Bhutan, India, Nepal, and Sri Lanka, and the Southeast Asian country, Myanmar and Thailand. And in this BIMSTEC region, there are 7 sector of cooperation, and transportation and connectivity is the one sector which is led by the Thailand. So the airport transports to come under this transport and connectivity sector of the BIMSTEC. So, according to the BIMSTEC Master Plan 2022, in this region, 350 flights linking this regional destination per day, and the total passenger traffic increased in 2024 by 6.9%. And I also would like to highlight the number of the airport which I compiled in this study. I found the total number 482 airport in this region, and out of them 307 airport are in operation. And from the 2000 to 2024, 55 new airport were constructed in this BIMSTEC region. The next slide is about air transport investment in BIMSTEC region, and this transport investment is according to the BIMSTEC master plan. So this might be not actual at the particular country investment in transport and airport infrastructure, which is around 10.26% of total infrastructure investment. And as we can see this bar graph, India has a most investment in air transport, followed by the Bangladesh and the Thailand, but the rest of the country they have a very low amount of transport investment. This investment is mainly for the flagship project of the BIMSTEC perspective, not for the particular country. So they consider 33 airport. So this is my research motivation. In the BIMSTEC region, the significant amount of money invested in the transport and air transport and airport transport infrastructure sector, but its economic benefits remain under explored and uh, unclear, and the relationship between the air transport development and the regional economic activity with the empirical evidence in this emerging economic nation is remain still insufficient to understood. So for this, I have two objectives for this research. First one is to examine the association of air traffic moment. In this, air traffic moment means aircraft movement, passenger movement, and freight movement, and its relation with the economic activities. And second is the regional economic effect of the new constructed airport using the quasi-experimental approach. So scope of study. So I have considered 6 countries in this research because the Bhutan is the one of the member country of BIMSTEC, but I did not consider data in this study, the unavailability of data. So total 182 airport for the country-wise association analysis, and 27 airport in 20 city for 5 country for the impact analysis. So the time coverage of this different country is here. For the case of Nepal, Sri Lanka, and the Thailand, I have considered 25-year data, but the rest of the country, it's the not data available for the whole 25 year. So Bangladesh case 2000 to 2018, India 14 to 2024, and Myanmar case 2011 to 2024. As you can see here, this bar graph, the airport considered in both methods. So I have used the 3 type of data in this research. First one is airport data, which was verified by the different sources of data. And the next one is urban area data, which was extracted from the European Union Global Human Settlement Layer, and nighttime light data. So this nighttime light data is like an extended version of the National Polar Orbiting Partnership Visible Infrared Imaging Radiometer. It is similar like the NPP IRS like data having 500-meter resolution. So these all data used in open sources data, and except Myanmar and Sri Lanka, they provided by the aviation office. So this is my first method for the analysis, generalized least square method. So this one is the first regression model for the general least square, and after the issue of the multicollinearity, I have used the separate equation. So in this model, the nighttime light is the dependent variable, and the airport indicator AM, PM, and FM are the independent variable. The second method is the propensity score matching. For the propensity score matching, I have 2 groups, a treatment group and a control group. So as I mentioned above, the 27 airport, that means urban area which with the intervention of new airport, and control group urban area with no airport. I have used the binary logic regression model for the matching process. So the 26 urban area matching based on the propensity score. So they were matched with the control group selected from the 2,157 control units from the 5 BIMSTEC country. So after that matching, so I would like to add one thing more. I have used the 9 covariates using the matching process: urban area, average GDP and the sum of GDP, non-residential, residential built-up volume and built-up surface, population density and average elevation. These are the covariates which were used in the matching process. After the matching, I have calculated the average treatment effect and average treatment effect on the treated units. So this is the result section, and the first is the nighttime light data. As you can see, this two images, 2000 and 2024. I just show the capital city of the BIMSTEC nation, and as you can see the change of nighttime light luminosity over this study period in the BIMSTEC region. So this map provides a visual motivation for using the nighttime light data as an indicator of the economic proxy. So this is the this shows the relationship between air transport activity and nighttime light intensity in the all three air traffic indicator with nighttime light data show the positive trend for the different country, and this is the nighttime light relationship is socioeconomic indicator, uh, gross domestic product, residential built-up surface, and population density. Except in case of the Bangladesh and Myanmar, all the countries shows the positive trends. So this is the result of general least square model for the three Bangladesh region of the Bangladesh, India, and Myanmar. So the original model shows the negative coefficient in case of the aircraft movement of Bangladesh and passenger movement of India and passenger movement of Myanmar. But after using the separate equation uh, to overcome the multicollinearity issue, it showed the positive and significant statistically significant relation with the nighttime light. So the it shows the aircraft movement have the positive relation with the nighttime light. It means the economic activity has the positive impact, positive relation of the this aircraft air transport indicator. So the model shows the better fit in case of Bangladesh, but in case of Myanmar and India, it is like a not that much fit in comparison with the Bangladesh case. The next result is related to Nepal, Sri Lanka, and Thailand's region. So in this case, aircraft movement and passenger movement of the Sri Lanka and the Thailand gate show the negative coefficient in case of the original GLS equation, but the separate equation it shows the statistically significant and a positive relationship. So in this, the Sri Lanka has a best uh, fit of R square 0.89, but the in case of Nepal it's a little bit low 0.46. So the second method I have performed the matching. So after matching the treatment and control, the density curve closely converge in the second after matching. So that indicates the effective balance after the propensity score matching. So this is the result of the average treatment effect on treated unit and average treatment effect of average treatment effect, which suggested the positive impact of new airport intervention. But however, the most of the estimate are not statistically significant. But in case of the population density, uh, uh, like both of the considering 9 and 16 urban area, it show the significant statistically significant relation. But one another thing is like a average treatment effect on treated region is greater than the average treatment effect. It shows the new airport intervention has the impact on that in those region. So this is my discussion slide. So first, the air traffic movement is associated with regional activity is consistent with the previous study, like a previous resource. So the multicularity issue in the aircraft moment and the passenger moment affected the joint effect of the general history square. But the separate equation and the robustness result provide a more stable interpretation of the underlying relationship. And the result reveals the substantial country heterogeneity, suggesting that the economic relevance of air transport depends on the regional economic structure, urbanization, connectivity, and the character of the airport. So, nighttime light as an economic proxy, consistent relationship across the specifications support the usefulness of nighttime light for capturing the regional economic activity, which is also consistent with the Anderson ATL 2020 literature. The PSM is complemented by GS focusing on the economic effect of new airport introduction rather than the overall activity of the airport. And the PSI evidence positive but statistically weak and marginal value of outcome. ATT and ATE estimates suggested potentially positive, but the heterogeneously reduction. So ATT estimate generally exceeds the ATE estimate, which suggests the potential stronger effect among the treated urban area. However, the statistical evidence is insufficient on this case. So conclusion part. So nighttime light show the positive relationship with the socioeconomic indicator, but slightly negative with the population density in case of Bangladesh and Myanmar. But the with 2000 to 2024 special pattern for further sub nighttime light indicator of the regional economic activities. So for the separate from the separate equation, the GLS results show the positive and statistically significant relations of airport indicator with nighttime light on all BIMSTEC, all 6 BIMSTEC country. The strength of association varies considerably across the country, with particularly strong model fit relationship in Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, and Thailand. While in case of the rest 3 countries show the comparatively lower explanatory power. The contrasting sign and magnitude in some joint GLS model are associated with substantial correlation among the airport indicator, but the separate equation and other robustness check provide the broadly consistent evidence of the underlying positive relationship. The average treatment effect and treatment effect on treated region and average treatment effect estimate the nighttime light approximately positive, while the significant or marginal significant effect was nighttime light population density in selected period. Thus, the PSM provides the suggestive evidence of potential impact associated with new airport development, but statistically evidence is not uniformly significant. And overall, the air transport development is positively associated with economic activity in the BIMSTEC region, but the magnitude and the nature of relation vary across the country, the air transport indicator, and other regional context. So this is my final slide for the presentation. Recommendation and limitation. Prioritize air transport utilization should become considered when assessing the socio-economic outcome of the airport. Airport benefit of new infrastructure may depend on the existing level of connectivity and institutional environment. So the GLS only identify the association rather than the causal relationship. So the future research could employ the like a Irannezhad causality instrumental variable approach or dynamic panel method to examine the direction of the causality. A future study could incorporate the real-time socioeconomic indicator like GTP, GRP, farm registration, income level, employment, investment, and other business activity alongside nighttime light, which provide the more direct measure of the regional economic development. The air traffic factor like aircraft, passenger, and freight movement also employed for the causal impact, and estimate of dynamic ATT and ATE across multiple pre and post treatment period to identify timing and persistence of the airport effect, and improve the spatial measurement using the high resolution of nighttime light, and examine localized as well as the spillover effect around the airports. So thank you. Thank you for your attention. I look forward to your question or feedback. Thank you.
Thank you, Harish. We are kind of running out of time, and I don't really see any question here. Thanks, Harish. So please share your thoughts or your suggestion with Harish. Now we can go to the next presentation by Ali Ahmad from Nigeria. Ali, I believe that you can start sharing your screen and try to also unmute yourself.
Hello.
And if you can, yes, let me see if, can you also make your video visible if possible? Would be good.
Yeah, I have problem with my
All right,
camera right now.
by
The
camera.
camera
No,
is,
that's fine.
yeah.
That's fine. At least we can hear you very loud and clear, and we also see your presentation in full screen mode. So please start with introducing yourself. Looking forward to hearing to you.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Distinguished chairperson, respected researchers. It is a great pleasure to participate in the Beijing Transportation Researchers Conference. My name is Dr. Umar Ahmad, with a co-author, Associate Professor Dr. Jagan from the University Malaysia Terengganu, Faculty of Maritime Studies. So today I'm pleased to present our study titled Does Transportation Drive Environmental Degradation in Nigeria? Evidence from Fourier, Quantile, ARDL, and Quantile Toda-Yamamoto approach. So transportation infrastructure is fundamental to economic development. It facilitates mobility, trade, connectivity, and productivity. However, in developing economy like Nigeria, where transportation remains heavily dependent on fossil fuel, so infrastructure expansion may also come with significant environmental costs. So therefore, our study asks a simple but important questions. Does transportation development increase environmental degradation in Nigeria? And does this effect become stronger when the country is already experiencing high level of emission? So I will briefly present the motivation, research gap, methodology, key empirical findings, and the policy implication of the study. So the research motivation, the motivation of this study comes from an important development challenges. Nigeria needs continued transportation investment to improve connectivity, productivity, and economic development. At the same time, transportation remains substantially dependent on fossil fuel, creating environmental pressure. So the problem is that most conventional models estimate only an average relationship. There may be constantly important differences between period of relatively low and high emission. So our central question is therefore, does environmental effects of transportation become stronger when emission is already high? So the research gap and core contribution of this study addresses several gaps in the existing literature. First, previous studies largely rely on linear alone and mean-based approaches. Second, road, rail, air, and freight transportation are rarely integrated into a single transportation infrastructure. The third one is Nigeria has experienced several structural change that may affect the transportation environment relationship. So our main contribution in this study is to combine a multimodal transportation index with Fourier and Quantile-based techniques, allowing the relationship to verify or to vary across low, medium, and high emission region while accounting for smooth structural changes. So our theoretical framework, this study extended the tripart framework. We extended the conventional framework by incorporating our transportation infrastructure index and financial development. Accordingly, carbon emission model as a function of transportation, infrastructure, energy consumption, urbanization, financial development, GDP per capita, and GDP per capita square. So this framework allows us to test not only the transportation effect, but also the environmental Kuznets curve hypothesis. So for the empirical analysis, we use annual data for Nigeria covering 1970 to 2024, giving us 54 observations. An important feature of this study is our transportation infrastructure index, because this study uses several types of transportation, such as road, rail, air, and the freight transportation by using principal component analysis. So the dependent variable is transportation-related carbon emission, while the model also control for energy consumption, urbanization, financial development, and economic growth. So our empirical study proceed with the several stages. First, we construct the transportation index using PCA, that is principal component analysis, and examine the descriptives and correlation properties of the data. Then the next, we then apply the Quantile ADF our augmented Dickey-Fuller test, followed by the Fourier Quantile ARDL model to estimate long-run and short-run relationship across 25, 50, and 75 quantile. Finally, we apply the Quantile Toda-Yamamoto causality test to establish the direction of causality. The average of this approach is that it simultaneously captures structural changes and different across emission regimes. Moving to the empirical result, the descriptive statistics show substantial variation in transportation. If you see from this table, variation in transportation-related carbon emission over the period, and also the distribution also exhibits some evidence of non-normality and dispersion. This provides additional justification of using a quantile approach rather than relying excessively on conditional mean estimation. The result of the correlation analysis provide some preliminary relationship among the variables. Interestingly, the transportation has a negative correlation with the carbon emission. However, this is only unconditional bivariate relationship and should not be interpreted as the final effect. Once we control for energy consumption, economic growth, structural change, and the dynamic effect, the relationship changes substantially. Importantly, the correlation among the explanatory variables remained below the conventional threshold, suggesting that multipolarity is not a major concern. So moving to the Quantile ADF unit root test, before we estimating the main model, we examine the stationarity if we want to know the variables are following the time that are keeping it. So we examine the stationary properties of the variable within the Quantile augmented Dickey-Fuller test. The result establishes the required integration properties across the Quantile. This provides the econometric basis for proceeding with the Fourier Quantile ARDL integration approach. Then after we confirm that, we move to the integrations analysis. So the integration result provides strong evidence of stable long run across all the three emission regimes. The test statistics are significant at low, medium, and the high quantile. The adjustment coefficient also indicate relatively rapid coverage following a disturbance, with the estimated shock half-life ranging from the approximately 0.44 to 47 years. Therefore, although short-run shock may create adjustment dynamic, the system will return relatively quickly towards its long-run equilibrium. For the long-run quantile elasticity, now coming to one of the most important findings of our study, the long-run result revealed a very clear pattern. Transportation infrastructure has a positive significant effect on emission across all three emission quantile. More importantly, its environmental effect becomes progressively stronger as we move from the low emission to the high emission regime. So the coefficient increased from 0.15 at 25th quantile to 0.18 at the median, and further to 0.2 at the 75 quantile. In practical terms, 10% increase in transportation infrastructure is associated with the approximately a 1.5% increase in carbon emission in the low emission regime, compared with the approximately 2% in the high emission region. This is particularly important because it demonstrates that environmental cost of transportation is not constant. Transportation expansion becomes more environmentally damaging when Nigeria is already experiencing relatively high emission. We also find that energy consumption is the dominant environmental driver. Its coefficient range from the approximately 1.77 to 2.19 to 2.19, reaching its strongest effect in the high emission region. Urbanization also increased emission, while financial development showed a negative coefficient across all the three regions, indicating a potential mitigating role. Therefore, the key message from this slide is that transportation expansion contributes to environmental degradation, and this effect intensifies as Nigeria moves toward higher emission conditions. So these are the long-run results reported, and also having established this long-run relationship, the next question is whether transportation creates similar environmental pressure in the short run. So turning to the short run result, we observe an even stronger pattern. The short run coefficient of transportation increased from 0.222 at the 25th quintile to 0.28 at the median and 0.3 at the 75 quintile. Again, we observe the same distributional pattern. The environmental impact of transportation becomes stronger as emission increase. Another important result is that the short-run coefficient are systematically larger than their corresponding long-run coefficient. For example, at high emission quintile, the long-run transportation is 0.2, where the short-run coefficient reach 0.31. This suggests that transportation expansion creates relatively stronger immediate environmental pressure before longer-term structural adjustment occur. And also, the energy consumption again emerged as the strongest environmental driver. Its short run increased from approximately 2.6 at the low quintile to 3.39 at the higher quintile. Urbanization and economic growth also increase environmental pressure, while financial development maintain a mitigating effect. From a policy perspective, this finding is important because it suggests early intervention matters. Improving fuel quality, transportation efficiency, and cleaner mobility can potentially generate substantial short-term environmental benefit. So, however, a significant long-run and short-run coefficient alone do not tell us the direction of causality. Therefore, we proceed to the Quantile Toda-Yamamoto causality test. So the causality result provide, as you can see, most importantly, we find that transportation infrastructure cause carbon emission across all the three emission quintile, low, medium, and high. In contrast, the reverse relationship from the carbon emission to transportation infrastructure is statistically insignificant across three quintile. This provides evidence of unidirectional causality running from transportation development to environmental degradation. We also find bidirectional causality between energy consumption and carbon emission, indicating an important feedback relation between energy use and environmental pressure. The financial development and GDP per capita also cause carbon emission across different regions. So when these causality findings are considered together with our long-run and short-run estimate, the evidence becomes quite consistent. Transportation is not simply associated with carbon emission. Rather, transportation infrastructure emerges as a significant predictor of environmental degradation across Nigeria's low, medium, and high emission regions. This strengthens the central argument of our study: how Nigeria developed its transportation system has important consequences for its future environmental sustainability. So in summary, based on this finding, our hypotheses are supported. Transportation increased carbon emission and its impact varies across emission quintile. We also find evidence of non-linear integration, while energy consumption and urbanization increase environmental degradation. Financial development has a mitigating effect. The positive GDP coefficient together with the negative GDP squared support the environmental Kuznets-Curve hypothesis. So the result demonstrates that Nigerian transport environment relationship is both non-linear and the region dependent. So the policy recommendation, based on our finding, we propose 4 major policy priorities. Number one, first, Nigeria should accelerate investment in clean rail electrification and mass transit, particularly to reduce dependence on carbon-intensive road freight. And also, secondly, the vehicle modernization and stronger emission standards are required. The third one, financial development should be challenged toward green transportation investment, including green bond and private sector financing. And also the last one, transportation electrification must be accompanied by grid decarbonization and cleaner energy, because our results show that energy consumption remains the strongest environmental driver. The conclusion, to conclude our study, this study provides that transportation infrastructure expansion has contributed to environmental degradation in Nigeria, and importantly, this effect becomes stronger under higher emission conditions. Therefore, the environmental consequences of transportation are not uniform, and a one-size-fits-all energy policy approach may not be sufficient. The key issue is not whether Nigeria should continue developing its transportation infrastructure. They must continue. Rather, the question is what type of transportation development Nigeria should pursue. Our findings point out toward a transition from carbon-intensive transportation expansion to cleaner rail system, efficient mass transit, green freight, cleaner vehicles, and low-carbon energy. In this way, Nigeria can continue improving transportation connectivity and economic development without compromising its long-run environmental sustainability. Okay, thank you so much for the listening.
Great, thank you, Ali Ahmad. We have a question here from my student Randy. I can actually read the question. So Randy has 2 questions. The first one, when you consider the environmental degradation impact from transport, did you distinguish the different impacts between different road transport modes? As we know that heavy-duty vehicles have the higher emissions if comparing with passenger vehicle.
Yeah, the carbon emission of this study, we are not included the transportation sector. We only focus on the other sectors because we have a transportation variable in our study.
Sorry, so you have considered transport sector, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so did you distinguish between different transport modes? Like public transport, private passenger, heavy vehicle, freight transport?
No.
Okay.
Sorry, no, we didn't.
Okay, yes, good. And then the second question is there any existing, maybe you can ask the question, Randy, yourself.
Okay. Is there any another interventions from policymakers in Nigeria to control the emission from the transport?
So if I elaborate more, for example, in Australia or in Europe, we have 2050 net zero carbon target. And in some of the other countries also, we have very similar interventions and policies. We are curious to know that if there are already some existing policies or interventions in Nigeria to lower the transport emissions.
Yeah, there is so many interventions. But sometimes the problem of Nigeria is not about the maybe the policy, how to implement the policy. That's the main problem of Nigeria. But there are so many policies that they wanted to mitigate the emission, but it's not working actually.
Okay, yes, understand. Do you have a net zero target?
Not yet in Nigeria, actually.
Not yet, yes. Good. Okay, good. Thank you so much, Ali Ahmad, for
Yeah,
talking to us today and for joining and also for submitting your paper.
thank you
We
so
are
much.
looking forward actually to see more research from Africa. So please encourage your colleagues and university academics to submit their research papers. Great,
Sure.
thank you.
Thank you so much. Yeah, thank you
So
so
with
much.
that, then actually Randy is the next presenter. So Randy, please share your screen and I hand it over to you.
Okay. It-
Okay, no,
Oh, sorry. Okay.
yes.
Okay.
Okay, start and also with introducing yourself.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone from Sydney. My name is Randy Raja, and Ellie, session chair of this session is my supervisors. And I want to talk about my master research in China with the title Machine Learning Based Estimation Model of NOx Emission from Heavy Duty Vehicles Traversing in the Mountainous Areas. Here's the research conducting when I'm doing a master's. Let's start from the introduction. We know the heavy duty vehicles is very important for the freight transport mobility and then for the economic. But in China, heavy duty vehicles is still become the concern about the environmental effects from the heavy duty vehicles because it's emit the highest NOx emission despite of their small fleet share if comparing with the other road transport modes. And then the NOx emissions can causing the respiratory and cardiovascular disease, which is very serious problems from the health impacts causing from the NOx emissions. Therefore, as the solutions to control the emission, the accurate estimation emission from heavy-duty vehicle is essential for the monitoring the emission and then formulating the effective policy measures from the policymakers. And then there is already many paper published in journal about the topic using statistical modeling, machine learning, and deep learning to estimate the emission from heavy-duty vehicles. But as we know, vehicular jerk as the second derived uh, parameters from the speed is remains underexplored as the input to estimate the emission from heavy-duty vehicles. And here's we are in terms of the materials and methodology, we first doing some on-road experiment for heavy-duty vehicles. This heavy-duty vehicles is already using the after treatment system like EGR, DOC, DPF, diesel particular filter like SCR to selective catalytic reductive to control the emissions, to control the NOx emissions, traveling in the mountainous areas. The reason we choose this route design is because you want to know the effect of different road grade in and the driving condition in different road grade effecting on the emissions. And then we let the at in this our research, we let the driver drive usually as they usually drive, and then we don't put any some cruise control in our research. And how to get these data sets? We use the T-box, which is already onboard diagnostic terminals to get the operating condition data sets and the emissions. And here's how it works. From our research, we let driver just drive normally as usual, and then we put the T-box on the trucks in the control area network to get the operating condition, and then there is some cloud server for the users to access the data sets based on the driving data. And in part of data analysis, we first calculate the acceleration to get the vehicle jerk calculation, because this is vehicle jerk calculation. Vehicle jerk is the second derived from the speed, and here's the root grade calculation to know the uphill, and downhill. And here's we emphasize about how to calculate the emissions. We first using the SCR, selective catalytic reduction data sets. It's a downstream, which is the data set after processing the emission reduction from the after treatment system in the heavy duty vehicles, and then we combine with the flow rate with fuel consumption, and then after we get the calculation, we try to multiply the exhaust emission with the NOx emission rate emission to get the NOx emission rate results. And then to screening the input for our data sets to develop the machine learning model, we first doing some second round selection methodologies. We first using some significant analysis using the gray relational analysis. The 5 lowest score will be omitted in this study, but we acknowledge the limitation from this part is we didn't deeper give some description about the mechanism about why we omitted these parameters as the input, because we only directly using the GRA to filter the parameters as the input. And then we are doing the second round by using multicollinearity analysis. If the VIF value is more than 10, and then the tolerance is more than 1, it could be omitted from our input. And then we found that SCR inlet temperature, outlet, and then area consumption, and then the VF exhaust temperature is omitted in this dataset because it's exceeding the threshold from the multicollinearity analysis. And we move into the development and the performance evaluation of the estimation model. We use the light GBM model because this model has a good accuracy, especially for doing some predicting or estimating tasks with the lower computational burden. And then after that, we are using some 10 cross-fault validation process to identify the best hyperparameters for our input to enhance the accuracy for emissions estimation. And here we are using also grid search optimization to identify the best hyperparameters from our model. And here's the result after we are using the grid search method to identify the best parameters as our input from proposed model to estimate our heavy duty vehicle emissions. And here we are doing some comparison. We are using another algorithm from different studies, and then we are using the same input and then doing some similar with our proposed like GBM model to find the best hyperparameters to estimate the emission from heavy duty vehicles. And here's the results from our research. We found that the MLR or multiple linear regression is the lowest accuracy and then highest prediction error, because it's for this statistical model is also mainly used from the researcher to estimate the emission, but it's really hard uh, to find the relationship if we are using some wait, we are using the interaction between different values, and then for our like GBM model is has the highest estimation accuracy and then lower prediction error. And also we also assess the estimation results from the like GBM. We found that the strong agreement between observed and estimated NOx emission near y equals to t line. And then we also found that if the model try to estimate the high, high emission level from NOx, it will be decrease the accuracy. It's mainly there's the three reasons. The first is extreme outliers. It could be results from the complex NOx formation mechanism under high temperature and oxygen-rich condition. And then the second is OBD. Sometimes when we try to capture the data set, sometimes there are some missing data, and then the measurement sometimes couldn't fully capture the SCR system efficiency to reduce the emission and then catalytic performance effects on the NOx emission reduction. And then sometimes in the real world driving variability, operational change and data collection uncertainties, it's also sometimes contribute to estimation error, especially when the driver they rest and then they turn off the vehicle. Sometimes it cannot be fully recorded data sets. Okay. Also, we on our research we acknowledge some limitation based from our research, because this research is only based on using entire try to only calculate the entire estimate the entire trips from the emission. So it's also become the limitation if we didn't consider on different grades as the to quantify the estimation error from the model. And then our study is only using the one single heavy duty vehicles, so it cannot capture the broader different types of heavy duty vehicles, and then could limit the generalize of the findings. And then our study is only capture the operating condition only in expressways, but we didn't taking into account the effect of traffic patterns, the road variation like expressway or primary routes or secondary routes, and then some congestion effects that may be causing of the additional uncertainties of the model estimations. And then our proposed model is based on the assumptions and then simplification, then mainly cannot capture the real world emission behaviors, and then also causing consideration because of these uncertainties. And then in our future works, maybe we would like to consider the different types of the emissions or and the pollutants to make our analysis is more comprehensive, because that could be useful to assess the atmospheric and the health impacts from HDP emission on different pollutants. And then we, in our future works, maybe we would like to consider the calibration and validation from our model in different types of heavy duty vehicles, because there are a lot of types of the heavy duty vehicles, like different specifications, different after treatment systems. So maybe because we only consider one heavy duty vehicles, it's really hard to generalize the models if we consider different type of heavy duty vehicles. And then maybe in our future works, we also should consider some domain knowledge combining but hybrid modeling approach, which consider like vehicle dynamics and maybe the engine process, about how this emission, the formation of the emissions with the some advanced machine learning techniques, which is more explainable machine learning model to better understand about how NOx emission behavior could be imp- formed in the real world driving conditions. And thank you.
Great, thank you so much, Randy. So let's just stop sharing. Great, I don't see any question. Oh, yeah, no, it's just me. Any question for Randy? Okay, if not, well, I have asked my questions already from you. So I will actually spare time for everyone. Let's go to the last presentation of this session. Very interesting topic about the air pollutants in India. And our next presenter is Deepthi. Deepthi, I see that you are in the room and you are the co-host. Now you can start sharing your screen. We have your
Hello,
audio and
everyone.
video. Yes, audio and video is good. Let's just start sharing your screen.
Let me know if it is visible.
Yes, if you swap the screen, because we see the notes one. So you see display settings at the top? Display settings.
Display
We see the other one,
settings.
not the full screen mode.
The top from the screen. Oh, did you see?
Yeah, maybe start sharing again.
No.
Yes, now it's good. Over to you, Deepthi, please. Oh, no, hang on.
No.
Again, we see the note. Can you, like, you see display settings at the top? If you start, like, moving
Slide
your...
control.
No.
You see, like, show taskbar, display settings in the
You have
notes
show me.
section. In the notes section. So you have two monitors, right?
No, it's only one monitor.
So if you start like moving your mouse, I may be able to help you.
Okay. I'm over here. Can you see? No, you won't be able to.
No, I don't
Maybe
see.
share
So start...
settings.
This. Yeah. This one.
Yes, display settings. Just click on that.
Okay.
Your mouse is on it. Yes. Just
Is
click
that
on
so?
it. I see your mouse on this. Yes. Just click.
No,
okay.
it's not. It's not.
All right.
Wait. Let's see.
Go at the top. Yeah, I can see your mouse. Go to the top. Yes, go to the top. And then you see display settings.
So there's this layout.
Yes, the layout. Yes.
Okay.
At the top, there is show taskbar, display settings, and the slideshow.
Oh, yes.
Okay. Good.
Fine.
Oh.
But I can't do anything about it. Something is wrong. Okay, let me just hide it.
Yeah. This one.
Good. Now we have
Yeah.
the full screen. Yes, over to you, Deepti. Start.
Thank you. Sorry, it took some time to get hang of it. Hi, everyone. I am Professor Deepti at Transportation Research and Injury Prevention Center, Indian Institute of Technology, Delhi. And today we are presenting our long due work, which has been around mobility patterns and constrained adaptation of work trips under severe air pollution levels in Delhi. This study is co-authored with Professor Kamna Sachdeva, who is now in Delhi Delhi Entrepreneurship and Skills University, and Smriti Bhatnagar, who is based at TEDI School of Advanced Studies. So let us first try and understand the problem at hand. The first thing that we understand is that most of the large cities in developing countries are facing severe episodes of increased air pollution levels, but also an increased intensity and also the increased frequency of these episodes. Most of the times we resort to the short-term mitigation strategies, which include restricting vehicle usage and construction activities. We also think about issuing health advisories, asking people to not go out of the home. But there is a paradox in both ways. One, can really people stop going outside their home? That means, can they really avoid travel? And second thing is, who is traveling and who is not able to adapt, who is not able to adjust or change their trips? So this study is basically questioning, when air quality deteriorates, who can change their commute? So if we understand from the literature, there are structural constraints, including income, gender, location, infrastructure variables, jobs, that influence mobility choices, which includes both the travel distances as well as the modes. This has, along with obviously the amount of hazard level, amount of air pollution that is there, but along with that air pollution, the mode choice and the distance traveled has an impact on the exposure of individuals to air pollution while traveling. We understand that people can change their, if I can hide this somewhere, maybe. Okay, sorry. So people would like to at least change their travel so that they can reduce their exposure to air pollution. And these adaptation choices can be, for example, changing their travel time, changing their mode of transport, or canceling their trip. But these adaptation choices are not just an independent behavior determined by only the socio-economic constraints, but the mobility choices are also acting as a mediator towards determining these adaptation choices. So, for example, if I am a car user, then as a car user, I'm least exposed to the air pollution, and then probably changing mode is not a feasible option at all. Similarly, if I'm traveling shorter distance, using a public transport meant for long haul trips is not a convenient option. So these mobility choices act as a mediator, can act as a mediator to determining the kind of adaptation choices. What we know from literature around adaptation in severe or worsened air pollution levels is that these adaptation varies by the socio-economic conditions, by the awareness levels and perceived health impacts. But there is lesser research which is exploring how the mode choices, travel distances, locational variables, as well as employment flexibility influence these adaptation choices. More, we have limited understanding of how work trips are influenced. So, for example, most of the studies which are there from China, like Beijing, they're talking about the discretionary trips, the leisure trips, but lesser report on the work trips. And work trips become more and more important because these are the daily activities, and the travel to work exposes people to the daily exposure to air pollution. Moreover, these trips are mandatory, time bound, and destination bound, resulting in limited ability to adapt. This relates to the research gap that we are trying to understand. Adaptation as a mobility constraint response, and particularly for the work trips in Delhi. So, two research questions at hand. One, how does the travel choices, what are the structural factors and how they are associated with the work-related travel choices in normal conditions? and how these existing mobility choices, along with socioeconomic variables, employment variables, are associated with the stated adaptation under severe air quality. So in this study, we actually collected in-person interviews with 1,700 and above workers in Delhi. And that means we approached 1,793 households in Delhi, and this map is actually showing the distribution of these households. Delhi provides a very good case study, one, because it is, one of the most cited city in terms of increasing air pollution levels. But also, it is unique in the sense that the mobility choices are largely determined by the socio-economic variables. So we do understand that the lower income population is more dependent on walking as compared to the higher income population. So the in-person interviews were conducted. The data was collected between 2021 to 2022. The way we collected the data had a revealed part and a stated adaptation survey. So in the revealed survey, because the data was collected in 2021 and 22, this was also the time when world was globally, we were recovering from COVID, and lot of restrictions were still there in place. Lot of work from home was also happening. So we asked respondents to report their work related travel patterns that they used to incur before before the COVID related restrictions were imposed. Obviously, this has an impact on the quality of the responses, but because work trips are daily trips, retrospective surveys with minimal data can also help us in understanding their mobility patterns. Second part of the survey was basically a stated adaptation survey where we asked respondents how they are likely to change their mobility choices for the work trips, for the same trip that they have reported, under two types of scenarios. And the scenarios were presented to the respondents using the numbers, the AQI numbers, which are normally given by the local authorities, with pictorial presentation, as we can see over here, and also descriptive. So we had all the three types of information, from facts to pictorials to the impact on the health, to understand how people will respond to the different levels of air quality. This is the general sample description of the 1,772 workers in Delhi. And you can see a fair distribution with respect to the age, income levels. Although we had in our survey only 15% respondents who were women, but it also corresponds to the existing work participation rate of women as compared to men in Delhi. But in our database, because it was spatially distributed, we could get good understanding and good inclusion of people from different education levels and with different kinds of employments. We deployed both descriptive analysis as well as exploratory analysis. Descriptive analysis was used to basically understand the variations in the work travel patterns in normal conditions, and also the variations in stated adaptation choices across different socioeconomic groups. Also, because we were talking about the mediating impact of the mobility choices, so we actually used the path analysis model where different kinds of models were used. One where distance was modeled using linear regression model, mode choice was modeled using multinomial logic model, and then the adaptation choice was also modeled as a multinomial logic model. We eventually estimated the direct and indirect relationships between the structural factors, mobility patterns, and adaptation choices to understand how these adaptation choices are likely to be influenced. So first we'll go through the descriptives of the travel patterns, and this graph on the left hand side is actually showing, if you can follow my cursor, it is actually showing how the mobility patterns vary by gender and also by the income groups, where you can see that the lower SEWS group, which is socioeconomic well-being score, measured using principal component analysis over income, asset ownership, and the kind of households that they are dwelling units they are living in. And you can see that they are not at all dependent on cars. In fact, lower income group is equally dependent on walking, using buses, and motorized two-wheelers for meeting their work travel needs. Whereas when we compare this with the very high socioeconomic well-being score groups, there we observe that the majority of the respondents are dependent on cars and then followed by the two-wheelers. With although the data on women was comparatively less, but still we can observe a difference, a significant difference between the mobility choices between men and women. So we first discussed what is the association of the socioeconomic variables, locational variables, and infrastructure variables on the distance as well as the mode choice. So if we follow the distance model, here we can observe that the people who are belonging to the lower income groups or lower SEWS groups, they are likely to travel shorter distances. That means their workplaces are very much available in the near vicinity as compared to very high income group. Which also talks about some kind of a constraint, because if you compare it with the mobility choices, with respect to the mode choices, then we can also observe that the lower SEWS groups are lesser dependent on motorized modes of transport. Then we can also observe an impact, the association between the level of education and the mobility choices, where attended any kind of school, they are less likely dependent on the motorized modes of transport, which can also be related to the socioeconomic well-being score groups. With respect to the locational variables, we identify particularly those who are living in areas with very high mixed land use intensity, like measured by non-residential ratio. They are less likely to travel longer distances and less likely to be dependent, therefore, on the metro or two-wheelers as compared to walking. Next, we will move to what was the respondents' response on adapting their mobility choices in alternate scenarios of air quality. And we found that during the severe air quality levels, more respondents are likely to adapt their trips as compared to when air quality is still very poor. But still, only 15% of the respondents had actually said that they will be willing or they can adapt their trips. But we also observe that there is a variation in the adaptation choices, whether we look at gender and particularly by the income groups. There is also variation in the mobility adaptation choices by the mode of transport that they use for commuting, particularly those who are traveling by using more expensive modes of transport like cars and metros. Here we can see that they are more likely to change their travel behavior during severe air quality levels. Whereas those walking and bicycling are comparatively less likely to change their travel behavior. As we understand from research that it's the people who are walking, bicycling, and using bus, they are most exposed to the air pollution while commuting. And from this data, we can also see that these are the users who belong to lower income groups, and these are also the users who are less likely to adapt. So therefore, even during severe air quality levels, even if the advisories are there, the lower income group continues to be exposed to the severe air quality levels in Delhi. Now we try and understand first who is likely to adapt more under what kind of conditions. So first we look into the direct effect of the different observed variables. And here we are first looking at the model outputs for change time. And more specifically, if people are using more motorized modes of transport like cars, paratransit, then they have reported that they are more likely to change their time of travel during severe air quality levels as compared to walking. Similarly, we also observe that those who are living in areas with higher non-residential ratio are less likely to change their travel time And this is something that I'll be discussing in the next set of slides also. We also see an impact of awareness level with respect to the air quality conditions and its impact on human health on with respect to the changing the time of travel, where those who are more aware are more likely to change their time of travel. When we compare this with the changing mode of transport, and this is all we are comparing with the propensity of continuing the trip as usual in when the air quality levels are severe. So when we are comparing this with the changing mode of transport, we observe that if people are using cars, because this is the most safest mode of transport during air pollution levels, so obviously they are least likely to change their mode of transport as compared to walking. The non-residential ratio continues to have direct and negative impact on changing a mode of transport. And but those who have observed that either themselves or their family members had some kind of health impact because of exposure to air quality, they are more likely to change their mode of transport. With respect to canceling the trip, we have identified again that that non-residential ratio continues to have a negative impact on canceling their trip, whereas a car user is more likely to cancel their trip. This talks about some kind of a relationship that exists between who can really adapt their trip versus who can. And then who continues to be exposed to the air pollution levels in severe conditions. But we, as I discussed, that we understand that these variables, the impact of these variables are mediated through the mobility choices that they have in their day-to-day life. And therefore, we look at this as a path analysis model, where socioeconomic status, location variables, job nature, as we had discussed, has an impact on the trip length. But also these variables influence the mode choice. All of these together has an impact on adaptation choices. So here I'm going to report only for the significant variables, the direct and indirect effects, because here we are including both linear as well as the multinomial model for different variables. Therefore, these indirect effects cannot be understood as a simple odds ratio, but we have to understand them as a relative log odds ratio. These effect size were determined using bootstrapping method to account for the uncertainty that may exist because of these multiple pathways. So importantly, we come to an agreement that lower income group or the people who belong to the low SEWS group continues to be exposed to the air pollution levels with lower ability to adapt their trips. We also observe that those involved in a full-time job are less likely to change their time of travel. And similarly, those people who are living in areas with higher non-residential ratio are also less likely to change their time of travel, which may also be related to the distances that they travel. So non-residential ratio, the areas with higher mixed land use intensity, is likely associated with people traveling shorter distances, which also means lower exposure to the air pollution, which also means that they are considering lesser feasibility of changing their time of travel. But we also observe inconsistent mediation with respect to changing time of travel. Mostly it is about the distances and flexibility of job. And when we look at changing mode of travel, then we see inconsistency with respect to the socioeconomic well-being score and non-residential ratio. So in the next slide, I'm going to a little bit discuss more about this. So when we have to understand these mediation inconsistencies, we have to consider both the direct effects, also the mediated effects of these variables through the distance as well as the mode choice. So first, with respect to the distance, because distance has a direct effect on the adaptation choices, but also distance influences the mode choices. So more distances traveled means there is a higher propensity of using a motorized modes of transport. And higher use of motorized modes of transport means higher propensity to change their time of travel. Therefore, the effect over here observed is the indirect effect observed for distance on changing time of travel comes out to be positive. When we look at flexibility of jobs, then if the people are involved in more flexible jobs, that means they can change, they can leave later, they can come back later, they can reduce their time of work, or they can also go for opt for work from home. Then the direct effect is negative on changing time of travel. That means those who are involved in more flexible jobs are less likely to change their time of travel. But the indirect effects are positive. This relates to that if the job is flexible. So there are two types of effects that we have to understand. First, if the job is flexible and people are traveling shorter distance and using cars, then it is likely that the people will change their time of travel.
Dipti,
But
if you can summarize your research, I
sure.
would appreciate, because we have only 2 minutes left, and we
Okay.
might actually
So
have some
I'll
questions.
just
Thank you.
Sure. So I'll just come to the conclusion. So when we look at the four choices that we have, canceling trip, changing time, changing mode of transport, a continuing trip. All of the three adaptation choices, continuing trip, changing time, changing mode, and canceling trip, all the three are less feasible by the people who belong to the lower income groups. But it's a changing time of travel which can ensure some reduced exposure with no impact on sustainability. While changing mode of travel results in increasing usage of cars and two-wheelers, which makes it more unsustainable and resulting in more emissions. Last, we can determine based on the estimated model, we can determine some of the interventions. Particularly, we can look into the workplace arrangements, the transport choices that are made available, even the urban form, like we had discussed a lot of impact of mixed land use intensity, both on distances, the mode choice, as well as ability to adapt. And then awareness level, which is found to have a direct impact on the propensity of people to change their work travel. So eventually, just the last slide. There is a lot of environmental stress, but adaptation is mostly governed by the constraints that are that the people face, and these constraints are mostly structural in nature. Daily mobility choices are actually mediating the impact, and these impacts cannot be direct. So it is therefore difficult to say that if I encourage a flexible job arrangement, then people will surely adapt their trips. But it's an arrangement between flexible jobs and the distances that they travel and the kind of mode they use. They all come together to influence what kind of adaptation choices that they may choose. Eventually, if we have to really go about, because almost for 3 to 4 months, we have severe air pollution, very poor to severe air pollution levels in Delhi and many other cities across South Asia and Southeast Asia. So we have to consider our interventions, which are spanning across workplace arrangement, transport choices, urban form development, but also awareness levels and reducing the health impacts of air pollution. So by this, I'll just conclude.
Great, thank you. Thank you so much, Dipti. I don't see any question here, and yeah, so much claps for you. But we also basically ran out of time already. We are 1 minute over 5, and I understand that people might have some plans, so I will not really hold you longer. Thank you so much again for presenting and for sharing your research, everyone. And thanks to the audience for listening and for being with us. Very well done. So with that, we are actually closing the BTR Eastern track, but in a few hours, the Western track will start. So I encourage you to go to the Bridge and Transport Researcher website and look at the conference program for the Western track if the timing suits you. With that, then we finish today's session. Thanks to Anissa also for hosting the Zoom, and also all of our presenters, Deepti, Ali Ahmad, Harish, Randy, Anissa. Yeah, I think I mentioned everyone, and I'm sorry if I missed everyone. Okay, thank you so much, and looking forward to seeing you for the next BTR sessions next year. Thank you.